Well, good afternoon and welcome to a blisteringly hot Sepang circuit in Malaysia for what should be a very exciting final 4 hours of the 2016-17 Asian Le Mans Series. It's going to go to the wire in the three major classes, with not just championship wins, but of course an automatic invitation to the Le Mans 24 Hours this year. On offer for the overall winners, the LMP2 class, for LMP3, who would get an invitation into the LMP2 class at Le Mans, and for the GT winners, who would get a GT-EAM auto entry. And there are plenty of cars in contention, depending on what happens on track and indeed off track, for all those three classes. We've also got a championship win up for grabs in the GT Cup class, because happily we do have a pair of those Porsche Cup cars. Here, the Team New Zealand car and the TKS car from Japan. 12 nations represented on the grid in terms of the teams entered, and a further 13 added to that total when you take into account the nationalities of the drivers on the grid. We're just under 15 minutes away from race start. That will be 12:15 local, and a packed grid down there just to your left on the stream. This is the picture you'll be seeing for this year. Working hard with the team here at the Asian Le Mans Series and the host broadcaster here to see what can be done moving forward for the 2017-2018 season. There's plenty of good news to come on teams coming from that, both here and to come in the next few days. Looking very healthy indeed. But we'll take you through what's actually happening before our very eyes, and indeed what we're hearing from the paddock below. Keep an eye on that, and please do as well look for the live timing links. You'll find that through the Asian Le Mans Series Twitter feed, and provides the link to the excellent timing and scoring system we have here for the Asian Le Mans Series. So race starts now in just over 12 minutes. 24 cars will take the grid, and we'll take you through that grid in just a few moments' time. So, with just over 10 minutes to go to the start of this final round of the 2016-17 Asian Le Mans season. If you've not been following this before, it's a not unique but unusual winter season. 2 races before the Christmas break and 2 races afterwards. We come here to the final round at Sepang after 2 weeks ago the series visiting Thailand at the Buriram circuit. Before Christmas, season started with round 1 at Zhuhai, round 2 at Fuji, so China, Japan, Thailand, and now Malaysia featuring on the calendar. Next year's series will see an expansion to 5 races, with a second race in China. So reflecting the rapid increase in the interest here in the grid here in the Asian Le Mans Series, the calendar is expanding with it, as indeed is the Asian Le Mans Sprint Cup. That will take place here at Sepang Circuit, with 4 meetings this year rather than 3. That forming really 2 objectives. Number 1 is to give the teams here in the Asian market a commercial opportunity to expand their season, and the second one is of course to introduce new drivers, new talent to endurance racing, gives them an opportunity to actually try these cars, try multi-class racing, and that was extremely successful last year. Small grids, something like 10 or 11 12 cars, but the vast majority of those have featured this year as full season entries, and that was a successful tactic that will be repeated. Grid is beginning just to clear. I can see 1 or 2 of the team members coming by us now. If you're looking on the webcam, the 2 gentlemen looking very Yorkshire in their white shirts and shorts. It's Simon Moore, who is the team principal of Topwith Motorsports. They are the pole position car in LMP3 and very much in contention for the title. Led the series until Buriram, where a bad weekend for them and a very good one for the ARC Bratislava team put the yellow Ginetta back to the top of the championship standings, and very much in contention for the win. The man with the umbrella is indeed young Philip Hansen. He's the young gun. They've been added to Topwith Motorsport this year, and they've got a packed programme after this race. back for testing in Europe with initially a 2016 LMP2 Ligier, but they're expecting delivery of their brand new Ligier first week in February. And the first race for that car could actually be the 12 Hours of Sebring. It's a gap in their schedule. If testing goes well, the red and white Ligier could well be added to the IMSA grid for that race before a full season of the European Le Mans Series with the P2 car, a P3 car they hope for customers beyond that, a second P3 car that potentially might see action in the new UK LMP3 Championship, and they hope that they can earn here, by winning the championship, an invitation for their first crack at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's been a rapid degree of progress on the Tockwith Motorsport team. So temperatures have absolutely gone through the roof this morning. The photographers in the media room this morning looking very glum indeed. Not a great prospect for anybody having to wear a race suit in the full glare of the sun here. We're standing in, well, splendid air-conditioned isolation just behind the camera, as you can see. So my view at the moment from my commentary position sees, well, I should think about 2/3 of the start-finish straight, with beginnings of a crowd coming into the stand. The hospitality booths above the pit lane pretty well filled. Some local teams and local drivers here, and they're bringing with them their friends, family, their fans and their backers, of course. So being asked whether or not we're going to get anything other than these cameras for this race. We're not for this one. Watch this space for what might happen for 2017-18, and that's not that far away, remember. Just as soon as we're through the European season, the Asian season starts up again, so 2017 sees the end of this season and the beginning of next, with 3 races in the later months this year. Been rapid growth with the Asian Le Mans Series, and that presents itself with some challenges, but there's very much a will to expand coverage worldwide with this. I'm very aware there's an audience for it. Lots and lots of people reading lots and lots of news coming out from Sepang. For teams coming back here to race in Asia, for teams going back to Europe and adding their programs there, for WEC programs, for programs in the United States, all sorts of news coming from, well, you know, what is a much improved grid, but still a pretty compact grid at 24 cars here. But with drivers from the WEC, from the LMS, from the IMSA family also here, the pit lane gossip, the paddock gossip has been absolutely rife. Forms part, of course, this weekend of, well, I guess we could call it Mad January, with endurance racing all the way around the planet. Buriram in Thailand for the first week of the new year. 24 Hours of Dubai, of course, last weekend. Here in Sepang for this weekend. Race of Champions, of course, underway in Miami. And then next week, the 24 Hours of Daytona, and we finish off at the start of February, before we'll go on for a very long lie down with the 12 Hours of Bathurst. But a relatively compact 4 hours. There's not many motorsport commentators would actually say that. But a relatively compact 4 hours here at Sepang to come. That race will get underway in just about 5 minutes' time. We've already had, count them, 6 Southeast Asia F4 races on this bill. But this is the main event. And about 5 minutes' time, after the pretty standard warm-up lap, we're going to see 24 cars trying desperately hard to keep their championship ambitions alive by not hitting each other into turn 1 here. My first time at this Sepang track. It's a very good facility indeed. Pretty compact. It's got quite a tight footprint, sitting just outside Sepang, quite close to the international airport for Kuala Lumpur. A very popular city indeed for both locals and indeed a huge expatriate population from Europe and North America, as well as from across Asia. Business hub, of course, here in Malaysia. So let's just have a think at the moment about the grid. On pole position, Andrea Pizzitola took that right at the death of a 15-minute qualifying session there by all of a massive 8 thousandths of a second. But it'd be Andrea Roda that would will be taking the grid in the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing team. We'll talk about their plans for next year. Very exciting stuff. And they will be back here next year with at least 2 LMP2 cars, and potentially with a new partnership under discussion with a second team, could be bringing 4 P2 cars back for the 2017-18 Asian Le Mans series. Alongside them, championship leaders Jackie Chan DC Racing with their Orica 03R. Nissan engine cars 1 and 2 on the grid. Hopin Tung will be at the wheel of the Kung Fu Yoga liveried open-top car. The last place in the world, of course, the Asia Le Mans Series, where you can see open-top LMP2 cars in contemporary competition. And it will stay with the 2016 rules cars here until the season finishing in 2019. Second row, the other 2 P2 cars. Race Performance, Swiss team, last year's champions, of course. Giorgio Maggi will take the wheel for the start. It was Struan Moore that put the car third on the grid. That is the unique Judd-engined Orica 03R, so identical chassis to the second place car on the grid, but a different engine, the sonorous Judd V8. And the second Ligier, the other bright blue and silver car, the 24 car, Mark Patterson will take the wheel for the start. And that is another Judd engine car. That's the P2 grid. In P3, and starting on row 3, is Tockwith Motorsports. We've seen Phil Hanson walk by, so it must be Nigel Moore at the wheel. Indeed, that's what the grid sheet tells us. Nigel grabbing pole position at the death of that session as well. Both P2 and P3 changed in the last seconds of the session. The team coming in to make a change, and it did make a big difference. And he grabbed the pole position from the Win Eurasia car, number 99 car, change of driver. And for UK fans, Devon Modell makes his LMP3 debut here, and he will take the wheel of the number 99 car, the metallic green car, for the start of this race. Number 1, Jackie Chan DC Racing, their LMP3 entry, another defending championship winning car. David Cheng, team principal, will be at the wheel of that car, looking to defend their championship and earn a second auto entry as the Audi R8 pace car gets underway, and the cars will follow on from that. We'll count them through and count them back again. Also in mathematical championship possibility is the number 85 car, the G-Print by 111 Racing car. And it's Sean Tong at the wheel of that car, 8th on the grid, 4th therefore in LMP3. As the cars come through, we'll watch and make sure they come by. Great sight, great sounds. GT cars coming through now. We'll come to those in just a moment. Ferrari's dominated qualifying. Lock up there for the Ades. We'll talk about that car in just a while as well. So behind the G-Print by 111 Racing team, it's the first of the Ginettas, and it was Charlie Robertson that put the 67 car 9th on the grid. 67 PRT Racing Ginetta. Then it's Elizo Eckertint Racing Ginetta, the 69 car. Then the championship leader, Darren Burke, takes the wheel of the number 4 ARC Bratislava Ginetta, bright yellow car, the team car, just behind him, 12th on the grid. Neil Muston in the number 7 car. Then we get to the pole position car in GT, and that is one of the pair of DH Racing Ferraris. Rino Mastronardi takes the wheel of the number 3 car. It was Alex Riberas that put the car onto pole position yesterday. And if either of those DH Racing cars finish this race in first position, then DH Racing will earn the auto entry in the GT class. We'll come to the runners, riders and the figures there as we go through this 4 hours. Cars well into their warming up lap now. So DH Racing from Team BBT, that's the astonishingly bright orangey red and fluorescent yellow car. Antin Liu, car owner, team owner at the wheel of that car. Alex Young is the first of the non-Ferraris. That's the 31 Team Audi Korea, car run by Phoenix in Asia. And Alex is 15th on the grid, 3rd in GT, with Rui Aguas 4th, row 9, 38 car, the Spirit of Race car. All of those Ferraris, by the way, run by the AF Corsa organisation. Then we get to the first of the BMWs, a pair of the M6 GT3s, Philip Eng in the number 91 Fist Team AAI car, ahead of fan favourites Clearwater Racing. Kitasawa will take the grid in the 61 car. Tom Blomqvist in the second of the BMW's 19th position on the grid. Then it's the second of the DH Racing cars, the championship leading car, Stefan Lemmeret, at the wheel of the number 5. McLaren, the number 86 car, locally based OD Best Leader Team car, the 86 race, and Faris Fauzi will take that car to the grid. KCMG's number 51 Audi, 22nd on the grid with Tetsuya Tanaka at the wheel. The 93 car, that is the final LMP3 car, and the first time we've seen the Odess from First Team AAI, Ji Huang, will be at the wheel of that car. And the final two cars on the grid are the two GT Cup cars, both Porsche 911 GT Cups. It's the TKS team from Japan, with Takuma Aoki set pole position at the team for that car, 24th overall. And Team New Zealand in the 77 car, John Curran will take the wheel of the number 77, 25th and last on the grid as the teams come around now. The grid comes around now towards the start. I believe we're just going to get the one establishing lap here. We're watching for the lights to go green. Watch the cameras. And we go green. And we're underway for the 4 hours of Sepang. And up on the inside, it's a race performance car going through to second position, taking the lead into turn 1. Are they hearing me? Yep. Is that on? Am I talking now? So safety car has been deployed. Car 35 is underway, but running slowly after turn 9. So trouble for the championship leading car on lap 1. Now there's a safety car. Will that car lose the lap? It's going to lose the lap because it's going to have to pit. So safety car deployed after an incident out of our sight. The Audi Team Korea car is underway. Looking for damage on that car. There is some fuel from overflow, some fluid from overflow spilling from there. These are, of course, time stops for these GT cars. DH Racing also ready for both of their Ferraris. Well, this really could be, in the very early stages, drama for the championship standings overall. Jackie Chan DC Racing in a very strong position to take both the race win. Safety car comes by now. Tockwith Motorsports car first in the queue. Then the 85, 24, 99. The 69 Ginetta ahead of the 4 championship contenders, of course. Then the 8 that took that lunge up the inside into turn 1. The number 7 ARC Bratislava car on the 67 Ginetta 2. Then the 25 car. Pole position cars fallen right back in. Then it's the GT Cup leader, because almost all of the GT class cars have opted to pit either on first lap or now the second lap. And just below our feet, and we can see on the feet there, both DH Racing cars and the Spirit of Race Ferrari all pitting on this second lap under the safety car. They'll be burning one of their timed pit stops at a point at which it's going to give them the advantage to do so. So they'll top the car up with fuel. There will be no driver change. And we wait to see what has happened. 35 has still not made it back into pit lane. So, real drama here. If the 35 car is in good enough order to make it back out into the race, it is certainly not going to be doing anything other than absolutely charging. They're going to have to. Yeah, with apologies, I think we had a bit of finger trouble with my mic at the start of that broadcast. So if you did miss audio at the start of the broadcast, that would be my bad, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. Going through now, first of the cars that's taken a pit stop, that would be the 51 KCMG Audi. This is going to really shake up the order. And championships on the line here for a number of teams. And possibly even more importantly than that, an invitation to the Le Mans 24 Hours on the line here. An automatic invitation for the Le Mans 24 Hours on the line. And that's going to be very important, not just for, well, let's face it, teams go racing for various reasons. Commercially, most certainly is one of them. And your championship can be made or broken by whether or not you get the oui or non fax or nowadays email from the ACO. Number 1, Jackie Chan DC Racing. Ligier was amongst the group that pitted last time around. Clearwater and both DH Racing Ferraris. 2. Still waiting for the number 35 car to come back on pit lane. It is running very slowly indeed. It's made it to turn 14. So I think we are going to see that car down pit lane. Hearing from the guys on the chatting on the stream. You can chat alongside the stream on YouTube. Thank you very much for the feedback, guys. You can hear us. And we hear you. We know you want more for the future years. We're working on it with the series and with the broadcasters here. For now, though, we'll do what we can with what we've got. And what we've got are 24 cars, bright sunshine, a Class 1 circuit in Malaysia, and drama. And that will be good enough for the next 4 hours. I'm just waiting and watching at my timing and scoring screen here to watch for a bright letter P next to the 35 car, which will indicate that Ho Pin Tung has managed to get that car back, and we get a first opportunity, as will you on the live stream, to see what, if any, damage, and there must be some, has been caused to the number 35 Orica. That car is running very slowly indeed. Took me almost 5 minutes through Sector 2. So far, it's been 6-minute lap for the first 2 sectors, and is dropping, of course, time and indeed laps the longer this takes to get the car back. So safety car still deployed. That will allow the cars that have taken those early pit stops to close right up. Now, will that prove to be an advantage for anybody further down the order, and particularly later in the race? Just one, I think, of the leading LMP3 cars took the opportunity to stop in that period, and that was the number 1 Jackie Chan DC racing car. Comes through now, just behind the Spirit of Race Ferrari and ahead of the OD Racing McLaren. Some very good looking cars in this Asian Le Mans series, and that's probably the best look in the lot, the Clearwater Ferrari. WEC fans will have the opportunity to see not that car, but its GTE sister in action. The Clearwater Racing team have obtained last year's number 51 factory Ferrari for their WEC campaign. ARC Bratislava are ready in pit lane for the first of their cars to come in, and we'll soon see which of those that's going to be. So if this safety car is going to take another lap or so to bring the field under control, it would look as if we might start to see some LMP3 cars at least down pit lane before too much longer. So 11 minutes gone. The drama still continues as the championship leading 35 car in trouble on the very first lap and has still not made it back, is rolling, albeit slowly, on track. It is in the pit entry road now and will be coming by us, we hope, very soon. Of course, everybody wants to see every car in this race racing to the finish. I can see the car. No, that's an LMP3 car. I can see 2 cars to my left, first of which is the number 69, Elito Icatint racing car. Then we've got the first of the ARC Bratislava cars, 51 KCMG Audi, making a second stop, I believe, and still waiting for what is a remarkably slow running 35 Jackie Chan DC racing car. I can see the car now. It is crawling. Its pit garage is at pit in, or towards pit in. Not making very much progress, I'm afraid, down pit lane. Is going to be in the hands of the pit crew very soon indeed. Draws to a halt now, and the crew going to work. Just, I'm afraid, just out of view, but I can tell you, car came to a halt, has been spun round on the dollies and is being pushed into the garage. And what we will do, because it is clearly critically important that we understand exactly the extent of the woes to the 35 car, is we will pause commentary in about 5 minutes' time, and I will get down and have a word with the guys in the garage and find out just exactly what their version is of what happened there. Some people joining us late and asking about live timing. Live timing. Live timing, one word, .getraceresults.com. So to repeat, livetiming.getraceresults.com, and you get actually a very good live timing screen indeed. So if you're following this on your laptop and you have an iPad or similar, other tablets are available. If you have that available, do follow live timing too, because you'll get a lot of information there that will help you to understand, with obviously this limited camera view, exactly what's going on track. Safety car is coming in this lap. That's good news for all of us, very bad news indeed for the 35 Jackie Chan DC racing crew. The number 4, Ginetta, meanwhile, is still on pit road and is going to go in the garage. Now that is the championship leading car. So drama in both classes now, both prototype classes now. We go green, Tockwith Motorsports to the lead. Mark Patterson grabbing second place as they cross the line in the 24 car. Stream down towards turn 1. And it's going to be pretty frenetic activity here as we've got a bit of a mix-up, of course, between all three of the major classes. In fact, the little Porsche Cup car TKS right in the middle of the leading pack there. So as they pass the line, 26 Tockwith from G-Print by 11185. Those two, both of them, LMP3 Ligiers. But the second of those was taken by Mark Patterson in the LMP2 Ligier, the JSP2 Judd engine car, the Algarve Pro 24, up to second place as they cross the line. Win Eurasia's 99 with Devon Medell at the wheel, fourth overall and third in LMP3. Giorgio Maggi was making progress up the order as they passed us in the number 8 race performance, Orica Judd. Then the first of the Ginettas, number 7 and number 67, ARC Bratislava and the PRT racing car, Neil Muston, Nick de Jong, respectively. And going further down, actually the leading GT car to cross the line was that number 96 TKS Porsche Cup car, with the Team New Zealand car, the 77 car, into 11th place overall. Neither of those cars chose to pit under the safety car. So the leading car in GT at the moment is the Team Audi Korea car. Kyung Uk Yu at the wheel of the first of 2 Audi R8 LMS GT3s in the race. Then it's the BBT Audi that is a championship contender, and any dramas for the DH racing cars will fall into the hands of Team BBT. Keep an eye at the moment. Nigel Moore is pulling away from the P2 car behind him. The 24 car, all gentlemen crewed. I say that in terms of their driver status, not necessarily their behaviour levels. But the 24 car, the Algarve Pro team, choosing to shuffle the pack. There is Nigel Moore going through. Then comes Mark Patterson. Up into third now is the number 8 car. 25 in the hands of Andrea Roda. Goes through up into 5th position and will very soon, I think, be by the number 85 car. But at the moment, Nigel Moore, having some fun at the front, at the head of the field, puts in the fastest time of the race, a 2:02.634 in the Tockwith Ligier P3 car. He's very soon going to have 3 P2 cars breathing down his neck. We'll let this race settle a little, and if we don't see a sign of the 35 car emerging, I will pop down to the pit garage. It's just a 2 or 3 minute walk away to see what's actually happening down in the drama that is the 35's currently evaporating championship hopes. So, fastest lap last time around, as we say, went to Nigel Moore. Andrea Roda pushing very hard indeed and trying to make up lost time and lost ground. The top 5 past the line from Tockwith Motorsports down to the second of the Algarve Pro car, separated by just under 4 seconds, but times, as you can imagine, coming down now sector by sector, purple sectors all over the place. And everyone in green sectors as the cars begin to get just into the groove. That will be the last Madonna reference, I promise. And 1 or 2 of the later pit stoppers trying to close the gaps on the field. That was the 69, the Eliso Ekatint Ginetta. Free entry here, as it has been for all of the Asian Le Mans Series races. And message spreading, we've got fast race cars and very pretty race cars indeed on track. And I can see more people arriving in the grandstands. Here comes Nigel Moore. Then it's the 24 car, then the 8, now the 25. So now Nigel Moore will be looking in his mirrors at 3 pretty LMP2 cars that he doesn't want to see there. 2 minutes, .930 was the fastest lap of the race. Unsurprisingly, that was Andrea Roda. He's closing in now on Giorgio Maggi in the number 8 race performance car, sits third. Mark Patterson putting up a great fight at the moment ahead. Closed the gap just a little on Nigel Moore last time around. So Nigel Moore 1.7 seconds ahead of the 24 car. And then in line astern, it's 24, 8 and 25. In GT, meanwhile, Audi Team Korea, and edging out just a little on the Team BBT Ferrari, Two gentlemen drivers at the wheels of those cars at the moment. Riagwash, meanwhile, closing rapidly on those two and may well be in a position to take the race lead next time around. A mathematical chance for that car as the Adess, the number 93 car, making its debut, this number 93 car, and will sit just under the camera there. Making its debut in the championship for this race. Two of the drivers that did race in the Team AAI Mercedes-Benz transferring to that car for this weekend. Pretty little car. It hasn't had the best of weekends, I'm afraid. So troubles on track and troubles of the gravelly nature. But be good to see an Adess running competitively. And with the changes for that company, Carlos Tavares, a big player in the global automotive field, taking a stake in that company, and confirmation that the partner team for Adess will enter one of these cars in the full European Le Mans Series next year. Perhaps we might see Adess re-emerging and being a stronger player in what is a now global LMP3 market. Dan Hounsell on the stream had a better view than I did. Heavy rear end damage for the 03R. With thanks to Chris McMurray, now known as, we know Jan Magnussen as Kevin's dad. Well, Chris, tragically for Chris now, will be forever known as Matt's dad. Matt McMurray, of course, part of the Algarve Pro setup here in the Age of Le Mans Series for a couple of races this season. The number 8 and number 35 tangled on lap 1. Been pointed out by a couple of guys that, yeah, we know this is a bit stopgap, but if you get a chance to see the highlights package that the crew here put together, do please take a look, because they do a very good job indeed of telling the stories here. So rear end damage to the 35. The remaining question is, can they fix it? Well, I'm going to ask the Bob the Builder question in a moment. For the moment, though, with the Eurasia crew, because the Jackie Chan DC racing car is run here by the Eurasia crew under the Jackie Chan DC Racing banner. They're very capable of turning cars around, but clearly a major delay and a major dent in their championship hopes. Tockwith Motorsport, meanwhile, have gone through, still in the lead. Nigel Moore, Mark Patterson now under a second back. They're getting a bit between their teeth, and it's now an Algarve Pro 2-3 with a 24 ahead of the 25, but under a second between the two, and with purple sectors, Andrea Roda has gone through into second position. This is going to be a very quick lap indeed from Andrea Roda. 2:01, the fastest lap of the race. 2:01.106 last time around. But Andrea, I think, is going to beat that and beat that substantially, and is going to be with Nigel Moore at the very least this time through. And may very well. And here comes Jackie Chan DC Racing car as they go through. And back into the race for the 35 car. And as that happens, through into the lead goes Andrea Roda. 9 laps in the book, and he goes through half a second ahead of Nigel Moore. Well, he's had fun at the start, the beginning of that race, but has to cede the lead now to the 25 car. This is a major turn of events with the 35 car now back out and running, but is 8 laps off the lead. And realistically, their hopes now for the race win sits in the hands of Fortunes or otherwise the 25 car. That said, if the 35 car finishes the race and finishes it within that 70%, they still take the title because the points are scored in class, of course. So 35, the job done in pit lane, if that has been successful and gets the car out running and running reliably, could have saved the championship for the 35 Jackie Chan DC Racing crew. So everybody will be watching levels, telemetry for the driver. Hoping Tung takes the wheel, has taken back to the track. 9 minutes the gap. But for Hopin, he will be listening to every odd noise coming from that car and hoping, and that was not a pun, but it turned into quite a good one. I might use that one again. That they've turned around what could and should now be a reliable car. So to recap, drama on lap 1, tangle between the number 8 race performance car of Giorgio Maggi as he took the lead of the race. That delayed the 8 car, dropped that down the field, but the number 35 car taking seemingly an age under the safety car to make it back to the pits. The team have turned the car around and back into the race, but 9 laps down on the lead. Andrea Roda, it is in the lead of the race, the number 25 car. Tocqueville Motorsports LMP3 leads that class, second overall, and now under pressure from Mark Patterson, who's put in a great start to this race, Mark. The habitual retiree, out of retirement for, we think, the 257th time to take part in the Asia Le Mans Series. Being asked, wondering how many P2 cars will turn up for this series next year. Well, keep an eye on, well, what the hell, I'm commentating on dailysportscar.com, because we've got more news about that in between the end of this race and me dashing like a mad person from the awards ceremony this evening, where championships will be awarded. We've got the OD Racing McLaren, by the way, on pit lane at the moment. More to come in terms of news of intended entries for LMP2. Algarve Pro already telling us they intend to bring 2 cars for the full season, and potentially with a partnership coming with a second team, up to 4 cars next season. And there are more to be added to that total. We will have news in the next, I hope, 24 hours of a new LMP3 team emerging from this grid. And we've got all sorts of teams doing all sorts of things, teams stepping up to the WEC. And news of one more of those later, I hope later today, for news of the intentions of a major team here and their intention to step up to the WEC with a renewed programme. Clearwater Racing, another team, announcing their intention to join WEC, as well as the Blancpain GT Asia series with a factory-backed McLaren programme. It's Ferrari, of course, for the WEC. We've got teams going to be campaigning in Asia and Europe, teams campaigning in Asia, teams putting in more cars than they've currently got, and teams making their mind up right now, perhaps even based on the results they get here, as to where they might be racing in 2017 and beyond. So, car 1, by the way, has had a spin at turn 8 and continued. That's the Jackie Chan DC Racing car with David Cheng at the wheel. Andrea Roda is the first man under 2 minutes, meanwhile. He's now 4 seconds clear of Mark Patterson, who's gone through into second position. In again, I'm afraid, for the second time in the last couple of laps for the little Odess. It does look pretty in that AAI livery, the mainly white with the red and black trim, but that car is going to go in the garage and looks a rather troubled beast at the moment. So Algarve Pro now into a 1-2. Andrea Roda from Mark Patterson. Nigel Moore still holds third position and a handy 2.6 second gap from Sean Tong in the second placed in LMP3 85 car. Giorgio Maggi, meanwhile, is getting onto terms with that car, looking to make his way back up the order. One of the cars involved in that first lap tangle, we understand, in the 8 race performance Orica Judd. The Win Eurasia car of Devon Medell has dropped back just a little as the LMP2 cars improve, but still sits third in LMP3 and holds a reasonable gap now. Something like 10 seconds ahead of the first Ginettas. That's Neil Muston in the number 7 ARC Bratislava car. Number 4 car, by the way, I'm afraid is still in the pits, still in the garage. So 2 cars in trouble and in the garage. The number 4 Ginetta, which was the championship leader, and the number 93 Odess AAI effort, which was not a championship contender. Yellow flag at turn 13. So trouble out on the circuit, at least for the moment. We're almost at the end of the first half hour. Beginning to get back to the sort of order perhaps that we expected, with the exception of course, Yellow flag withdrawn. So whoever had a whoopsie has managed to gather that up and continue. The exception to the rule, of course, is Jackie Chan DC racing car. And watching the lap times of that car, it's not up to speed. 2:06 last time around, and that was the quickest it's been. And it's pitting again, the 35 car. So into the pits comes Ho Pin Tung. We'll keep an eye again on what's going on with the 35 car. Asked around prospects for LMP3 in the Asian marketplace. Well, the Asian Le Mans Sprint Cup is going to be a very good indicator for that. Certainly can tell you that we're going to see Eurasia back for that series, and very likely as well for further involvement in the Asian Le Mans series later this year. One potentially quite major addition to Asian Le Mans to be confirmed in the coming days, and others I think to come. We have the other ACO product, if you like, or ACO Blessed product, the new for 2017 FRD series in China, where the FRD organisation own 16 Ligier LMP3s for their own series, and a number of big name Asian teams involved in that, including Eurasia will be involved in that. KCMG out onto the pit apron. Meanwhile, just below my feet comes the number 4 car, but this has substantially dented their championship hopes. ARC, one of a number of teams that have put in an entry request for the Le Mans 24 Hours. Tell you a little more about that when we get an opportunity moving forward. Mark Patton, meanwhile, has just put in the fastest lap of the race. Good on you, sir. A 1:59.541 cuts the gap to the leader down to about 2.7 seconds now, but they're getting away from Nigel Moore. Giorgio Maggi, meanwhile, right with Sean Tong and looking for a way by into 4th position. His next target after that, of course, will be Nigel. Down into the GT class, still the Team Audi Korea car from now Rui Aguash up into 2nd place in that 38 Spirit of Race car. That's come at the expense of the Team BBT car. Was running 2nd, Anthony Liu now down to 3rd. And it's a stream of Ferraris after that, with Clearwater Racing in the hands of Kitasawa, the number 61 car. Then Rino Mastronardi and Stefan Lemeret in the 2 DH Racing cars, 3 and 5 respectively, before we get down to Jackie Chan DC Racing and David Cheng's Ligier, running 6th in that class. So half an hour already in the books. And is this the pattern that's beginning to emerge? Number 35 car still in the pits. They have to finish the race to take the championship and to take the auto entry for the Le Mans 24 Hours. Well, Mark Patterson is having won the races of his life here. Still unable to get by those 2 LMP3 cars, and I do wonder whether or not that number 8 car is carrying some damage from that tangle at the start of the race, because he's not been able so far, Giorgio Maggi, to get onto terms with the 2 P3 cars ahead. Devon Medell hanging on in there, 14 seconds behind the battle between the 2 P3s and the Race Performance P2 for 3rd position overall. Medell next car through, and actually running a very lonely race indeed, before we see the 2 Ginettas through now, the number 7 and the 67. Neil Mustard and 8 de Jong. Thanks to Damien Baldy. I'm not in a position at the moment to do much surfing, Damien, but pictures of the Oracle at pits on the ALMS Twitter page. Do have a look at that. And it is bodywork damage to the right side. So they are in woes, I'm afraid. So it will be frantic, but I hope controlled work. I've no doubt it will be in that pit garage to get that car back out. But if it's bodywork damage to the side, well, that could be giving them a big problem with cooling, and particularly it's a very warm day indeed here in Malaysia. It's hot and it's humid, but it's particularly hot today. Hottest we've had since we arrived much earlier in the week. The alternatives here are hot or hot and wet. No puns. Nose to tail now, the leaders. And Mark Patterson has gone through to the lead. Age and treachery wins out every time. So Mark Patterson, the 24 car, goes through to the lead. Does that mean that Andrea Roda has a problem? Or was there a mistake on that last lap? It was a slower lap for Andrea, 2:03. Could this be further drama? We'll keep an eye on that one. Race performance car, meanwhile, still struggling to get through. Has not managed to get by the charging P3 pair. And they're pretty close together now. Just 3.5 seconds between the two leaders in P3. We've had already on-screen warnings for the Spirited Race car. It's in the hands of Rui Aguas, but it's now a black and white flag for abuse of track limits at T4 and T8. And if Rui does that again, then he's going to be coming down pit lane. There will be penalties issued here. Tucked in behind the 38 car there is the recovering number 4 Ginetta. It was taken back out by Darren Burke. So final warning for the 38. And Mark Patterson is pulling away now from Andrea Roda. Mathematical chance for the number 24 car, by the way, to win the championship, but it would require retirement for both its team car and the 35. And nobody really wants to see that, although Mark might disagree. So Algarve Pro, meanwhile, confirming their plans to me earlier this week. Full details on Daily Sports Car, but I can tell you that that involves a new Ligier LMP2. Out again goes the number 35 car. After a second long stop, this is going to be a run to the finish rather than, or to try to finish rather than a competitive run. There's no way they're going to pick up that lost time, laps and laps down. But to continue the Algarve Pro story, so Mark Patterson puts in another fastest lap of the race, 1:59.362. And the 8 car goes through now into 4th position overall, having gone past the number 85. So 24, 25, 26. Neat. Then the 8, then the 85, then this long gap to the number 99 Win Eurasia car. Here it comes now. So Algarve Pro with a Le Mans entry posted for a brand new Ligier. That car will be in the full season for the European Le Mans Series. And then they'll be back here at the end of the 2017 for the start of the 2017-2018 season with 2 2016 spec, because it's only the older cars that can race here, LMP2 Ligier, and they are close to completing a tie-in with another team that will bring 2 more LMP2 cars to the Asian Le Mans Series, so 4 effectively through the same team, and with news of more P2 cars to come. So we're 3 hours and 22 minutes to go until we can finally call championship winners, Le Mans Place awardees, and various other tales of triumph and woe. So at the moment, at home in the UK, in rugby, I've no doubt the guys at Engine Developments will be up in the middle of the night cheering on the gorgeous sounding Judd V8 that leads this race. And through comes number 24 again. And he's pulling away from Andrea Roda. And Roda's times are pretty competitive, but we should be looking here as well to see whether or not this heat is beginning to affect either the cars or indeed the drivers. Before the race, conversation with a couple of the particular P2 drivers. The 85 car passes Ho Pin Tung on the straight. That car is struggling for pace. Talking about the way in which the heat would affect them, of course, an open cockpit here could be a real blessing. Some airflow in this climate, rather more comfortable than the, well, rather greenhouse-like coupe versions and the LMP3 of all of them, and both of the Ligiers could start to take its toll. Giorgio Maggi beginning to put some quick lap times in, is closing the gap now on Nigel Moore. So how much longer before we see a 1-2-3 for the remaining at pace LMP2 cars? Give you an idea, 40 minutes gone, of how it looks overall in class. It is the Algarve Pro Racing Team 1-2 here, 24 from 25. 25 has led the race in the hands of Andrea Roda. This all came after dramas on the very first lap with the number 8 race performance car, currently running third in class in LMP2, fourth overall, tangling with the championship leading 35. That car had a very slow first lap indeed, coming back with rear end damage under a safety car. The team taking a while to fix that, laps and laps down, and the car requiring a further stop for further attention just a few minutes ago. For championship reasons, that car has to finish, but if it does finish and finishes in within a sensible gap from the lead cars, then will still retain its championship win. It's not enough of a points gap to make a difference there. We'll double and triple check all of that as we get lower into that. And now see the 8 car closing in on Nigel more rapidly for the yellow flag being shown at the moment at turn 9. And it's the car 77. That is the Team New Zealand car in the hands of John Curran. Is in the gravel at turn 9. Not the first time this week we've seen the Kiwi Porsche there. And yellow flags at turn 8 to protect that scene. That car will need recovery. So the 35 car way down the field, out of race-winning contention. But we won't know for some time yet whether or not the gap is going to be such that it can retain its points haul. In P3, meanwhile, after all of that shenanigans, Top with Motorsports Ligier, the number 26 car in the hands of Nigel Moore, led the race overall for a lap or two before the Algarve Pro guys got their heads down. Cracking battle, by the way, between a couple of the Ginettas going through there, the PRT car and the number 7 car. A De Jong right behind Neil Muston. That's for 7th overall rather. So Nigel Moore led the race before the Algarve Pro cars made their way by. He still sits third, but with Giorgio Maggi in the recovering race performance car, the third LMP2 car, now on his tail. With the G-Print by 111 Racing and Win Eurasia Ligier second and third. Trouble as well, by the way, in the early running for the number 4 Ginetta, the championship leading car. That car is another one that's been in the garage but is back out and running now, albeit way down the field. 24th overall. A bit of bodywork hanging down from the KCMG Audi that's about to be lapped by the 2 charging Algarve Pro cars. And if you're watching the string pictures, you'll notice the Team New Zealand cars made it back onto track. Also in trouble, the number 93 Ades. That car is in the garage, and the noises it was making didn't make it sound the healthiest Nissan V8 in the world. Through now comes Hope in Tongue. That car is running last at the moment. It's just gone a 209. That car is not up to speed. Now, guesswork without popping down to the garage, and I may do that in a few minutes just to get some up-to-date information from the team, is that team has done what they can to get the car back out and running as reliably as they can, and they're going to try and run that car to the end of the race, but not at competitive pace. Number 4 car, meanwhile, in the hands of Darren Burke goes through. That is the fastest lap of that car's race, but they are way down after that stop. it's settled down for the next few minutes. We'll pop down, have a quick word with a couple of the guys in the pit garages for the teams that have maybe had a couple of woes and get some views from them as to exactly what went on with those issues, at the start of the race. A spin out there for the PRT racing car, the Ginetta of 8 de Jong. He's continued though, the 67 car, but he's been involved in a tussle with, earlier in the lap, with one of the ASC cars, but I think possibly pushing a little too hard last time around. Mark Patterson, meanwhile, is drawing away 2.7 seconds now ahead of the sister car, the 25 car, in a performance that, frankly, is an example of pensioners everywhere. Arrived at the circuit, as always, in his dressing gown and slippers, Mark. Lifted into the car by the team. Left his walking frame to the side of the side pod and goes out and sets the fastest lap for that car. Fantastic stuff from a man who now well into his 90s. Let's keep an eye out what is going on with the 35. How many times this in this last season, and this really does form part of the 2016 season, this series across both years, of course, have we seen these kind of dramas in these kind of circumstances, whether it's last lap dramas, whether it's the European Le Mans series that saw massive drama for championship leading cars, and it's happened again here in the Asian Le Mans series. It's been an astonishing year of endurance sport. The pendulum here, the leading two cars, by the way, in GT, nose to tail. In fact, the Audi going for the pit wall and trying to fend off Rui Aguas. 0.144 of a second as they came through. That's 8th position overall. Kyung-Guk Yu trying to fend off Aguas into turn 1 for the lead of the race. 38, knowing that to have any chance at all of taking the championship, they have to win. After that, it's all about what happens with the other championship contenders, all of whom are in Ferraris. If either of the DH racing cars wins this race, one of them wins the title, and that takes the Le Mans slot. The maths are furiously complicated, and thanks for Alex Riberas for coming up with that gem. So Eurasia Racing's Twitter feed, thanks to Damien Baldy, has got some pictures of the damage to the 35. We're going to have a quick chat in just a moment's time to drivers and team manager to see what they can tell us about the current fate of the car, due through any moment now to complete its latest lap. And with thanks to none other than Lawrence Tomlinson. Yes, that Lawrence Tomlinson. Contact on the opening lap for the number 4 car, bodywork damage. Team have dealt with that. The car is now back and running very quickly, but has lost a lot of time. Darren Burke pushing hard, goes past us now at speed. In fact, can see that damage now. It's the right rear corner that has got one of the 3 essentials in sports car racing, tank tape, beautifully colour keyed to the bright yellow of the Ginetta, but not in any way to the level of quality of finish produced by the factory. Through to the lead of GT then, Rui Aguas with a clear advantage over the Audi that's led since that safety car was called back into the pits. Marco Ciocci strides across the pit lane to the Pratt perch. Keep an eye on line timing and scoring. And we'll no doubt be telling the team manager how much better a job he can do than Rui when he gets in the car. Not in any way competitive, Marco Ciocci. No, sir, not at all. Not even a little bit, no. So, approaching 50 minutes now of this 4-hour race. Mark Patterson, yes, that Mark Patterson, leads the race overall for Andrea Roda. Judd Engine Ligier P2 car leads, Nissan Engine Ligier P2 car leads, Nissan Engine Ligier P3 car, because Nigel Moore still leading this race, still fending off Giorgio Maggi in the Judd Engine Dorica. Two quick men to come in that number 8 car, by the way. And Devon Modell not able at the moment in his LMP2 debut course to make an impact on Sean Tong in the number 85 car, running 5th, running 2nd in LMP3. Rui Aguas, to say, to the lead of the GT class from the Team Audi Korea Audi R8. Then it's Anthony Liu, still holding 3rd position in the number 37 Team BBT car. Kitasawa is beginning to make inroads on that advantage, number 61 Clearwater Racing car, with David Cheng closing on the GT lead pack in the recovering number 1 Jackie Chan DC Racing P3 Ligier. Not to be confused with the 35. That car is in trouble and is back in the pits again. And I think we'll take that as a cue to go down and have a quick look down in pit lane. Apologies, can't periscope. Data a problem here, I'm afraid. But we'll pop down and go and have a quick word with Mark Goddard and the Jackie Chan DC Racing team and see what they can tell us about the prospects of the 35 car to the end of this race. So we're back on commentary within about the next 2 or 3 minutes. Get down to the garage, find out about the 35 car, I'll be back. Okay. So back in the commentary booth after a quick trip down to the pits. And bringing very bad news indeed. The 35 Jackie Chan DC Racing Car Championship leader, favourite for the race win, the championship win and that auto entry for Le Mans, is a retirement after that first lap incident and the team's frantic attempts to actually fix the car. Now, rather than me telling you what actually happened there, I'm just going to hand the mic across to the man who was in the driver's seat at the time it all happened. So Ho Pin Tung will take you through his view of what actually happened, spoken as well to race performance, their view a racing incident. But Ho Pin Tung.
Thank you. Well, I think the start was pretty straightforward for Andrea Roda and myself coming from the first row. But in my opinion, it was very clear that Giorgio Maggi from the second row, first of all, made a jump start. Just after we passed the control line, he was almost fully alongside both of us and actually going slightly ahead on the run towards turn 1. But he braked very early. He braked really early, and that gave me the opportunity to brake at my, let's say, normal braking point. So yeah, I got well ahead of him, and he must have released the brake at that moment or anything such, because I don't know, I was fully ahead of him, completely on the right-hand side on the normal racing line, as you would normally take turn 1. And suddenly I got a big hit on my right rear tire by the left front, what I've been told, of Giorgio Maggi on the race performance car. It caused significant damage on the tire and the bodywork. So I couldn't go back to the pit lane very quickly. And by going so slowly, the engine temperature obviously got very warm, and that has probably damaged the head gasket of our engine, which caused the water temp obviously to rise. No more water left in the engine by the time I reached the pit lane. The tire was so severely damaged I couldn't go any quicker than 15 kilometers per hour, because it was really damaging all the bodywork. I didn't want to cause more damage to suspension or other parts. Team tried frantically to repair. Did a driver change, sent my teammate Thomas Laurent out, but yeah, unfortunately the engine didn't survive, and so now I'm standing here bringing, as you say, bad news that we're out of the race, unfortunately. We've won 2 races this year, 1 second. I've been pretty dominant in all the races apart from some of the minor technical issues we've had in Fuji. So yeah, it's very disappointing to be standing here, especially to be taken out into turn 1 of what is an endurance race. So I think Mr. Maggi himself should go back home, questioning himself what endurance racing is all about, and that's definitely not trying to win the race in the first corner.
Thanks, Ho Pin. And you can hear the frustration in Ho Pin's voice. I can see his face. He's not very happy, but ever the professional, keeps it as cool as he possibly can. That is the story, though. The championship leading car, 35 car, out of the race after clash on lap 1 with the number 8 race performance, Orica. We'll see him back. I'm sure we're going to see Ho Pin Tung back, and very likely in the FIWEC as things stand at the moment. News on that later. So that we said there might be drama. We said that whilst the points gaps were significant, anything could happen. It did. It did immediately. And where we stand now, as we just move into the second hour of this 4-hour race, is Mark Patterson pits the car in front of me now from the lead. The 25 car has also been in. So yet again, Nigel Moore is going to lead this race in the Top With Motorsports Ligier JSP3. He'll be going through in just a few seconds' time. You'll see it on the camera on pit straight. Here he comes in the red and white car. Still ahead, just of the number 8 race performance car. That's Giorgio Maggi, the other man involved in the incident. The race performance version, by the way, of events was not dramatically dissimilar, though they saw it very much as a racing incident. It was Ho Pin had actually managed to take the lead, had got fully ahead, and Giorgio Maggi looking for a way through up the inside. Well, a mistake, I think it's fair to say. Released the brakes to try to actually take the lunge. There wasn't room to do it. There was that contact that Ho Pin described as the 67 car comes through with front bodywork missing on the number 67 PRT Racing Ginetta. But the net result is we've got a race performance car that seems to be rather hobbled. Still struggling to get by that P3 car running for the lead now, in fact. And we have the 35 car out of the race. Also caught up, by the way, with Mike Simpson. Mike has been campaigning the number 4 Ginetta thus far this season, but transfers to number 7. The woes to the 4, that was another bit of contact on lap 1 for a Ferrari to the rear of the Ginetta. And they fixed the bodywork damage on that car, but that impact has also damaged the battery isolator. So that car is struggling. Car 38, meanwhile, we said that if things continued, car 38 would be attracting the attention of the stewards, and indeed Rui Aguas gets a drive-through penalty for another abuse of track limits. That was the GT leading car, of course. Cruises by us now. Now, is this the immediate drive-through he's going to take, or is this, well, that's not a regular stop. He goes through, and that will be his drive-through done. We'll see where that brings him out in the overall order. The second Ginetta, meanwhile, the number 7 car, struggling with a lack of power steering, and in this heat, that's going to be a big problem. And watch later in the race and later in the stints as that begins to potentially take its toll on drivers. The number 7 this time around is the car with the gentleman driver lineup. Neil Muston is in the car at the moment. Mira Konopka still to come in that car. Mike Simpson, not the gentleman driver. Not that he's not a gentleman. His wife would tell me, of course, that he is. So through into the lead. Top with Motorsports. Latest into the pits comes the race performance car. This will be the first regular stop for that car. And we'll wait and see whether or not that car requires further attention, whether or not they feel they can fix any damage to the corner. We can't see, of course, from this position. The front left of the car was where you heard Hope in Tongue tell us the problem was. You can see there is some bodywork damage there, but the car comes through after a quick stop. So there is damage to the front left bodywork on that car, but the team have opted to send it. So once again, Nigel Moore leads the race. How much longer before the 26 car comes in? Well, the 85 that had been running third, second in class, the G-Print by 111 racing car, that car is on pit lane as well. So we're starting to see regular pit stops now, which we'd expect at or around the hour, delayed slightly, of course, potentially, if they choose to do so, go deeper into into the time with the safety car earlier, where cars can save a little fuel. So, already in just an hour of racing, twists and turns, troubles for the championship leader of the terminal variety. Trouble too for the LMP3 championship leader. Here comes the sister car to a halt for what will be its first stop. And that will be a driver change. Mira Konopka will be getting into that car. I can tell that because that's not Mike Simpson, and also his seat insert has got a big yellow sticker with Miro written on it. All the clues, all the time. And behind Marco Ciocci takes another walk across to the pit lane, the pit wall shelter, to remind him that he is much quicker than Rui Aguas and that he possibly could be doing a better job than this. And that, yes, they should let him get in the car very quickly, and that, yes, he can win the race, and he's in no way competitive. So with thanks to Hope in Tongue for popping up from the garage. As you can imagine, it's not a happy scene down there. Gustavo Menezes, Thomas Laurent. In no way, of course, blaming Hope in for that, but to see a dominant championship position evaporate quicker than the water in that Nissan engine, not good at all. Yet another dramatic story from a stunning season in endurance racing, and a massive twist in the tail of this Asian Le Mans series. Top with Motorsport, pit from the lead now. Nigel Moore will bring the car to a halt and will be likely replaced at this stop by Philip Hansen, young Philip. What an astonishing story this team has got to tell. Meantime, with that penalty for the number 38 car, back to the lead in GT goes the Audi. Team Audi Korea car. Great run from them this weekend. Anthony Liu. So we see number 7, Janetta, make his way back out onto track. Anthony Liu in second place for Team BPT. Clearwater Racing, then Spirit of Race have come out in 4th position ahead of the DH Racing car. And neither DH Racing car is quite at the sharp end yet. This could emerge as being another drama in this championship. Let's wait and see what progress is like. Andrea Roda continues, now leads the race in the 25 car after his earlier stop. Michael Mooneman goes through to second in the Judd engine car, so 25 from 24 now. So they swapped around with that pit stop. And in terms of the championship positions, that's where the 25 needs to be. And I can see Nigel Moore on the pit wall just in front of me. So Nigel out of the car after, well, a pretty stunning stint from the Englishman. I say English, he's from Yorkshire, it's not quite the same thing. For those of you in America, it's like being Canadian, but meaner and, well, just in a less pretty part of the country than the right side of the Pennines. In joke there for Northerners. So Algarve Pro again up into 1-2 position, but this time 25 from 24. In comes the number 90, first Team AII BMW. Now, where are those two cars sitting at the moment? The answer is 7th and 10th in GT. Not where they were hoping. Ollie Milroy is out at the moment, the 91 car. Lam Yu brought in the 90. 91 goes through now. We'll be hearing news very soon of where their summer season will be spent in, it has to be said, not very pleasant GT racing environment in Asia at all at the moment, with the incoming Blancpain GT Asia and the established GT Asia series battling for entrance. Not a nice time to be a GT team owner in the region. Through comes the leader, and with traffic ahead, first of which is the number 5 DH Racing Ferrari. That's in the hands of Stefan Lemeret, the Belgian. 6th place in GT and championship leaders. DH Racing at the moment hot favourites to take the title, but it's been so close between the Ferraris in particular that, well, that could change. And the fact that at the moment we have a very fast running Audi may well be a surprise to them. It's a slight surprise to me. It's been closer to the overall pace. Still Alex Young to come in that car as well, by the way. The reigning Audi LMS Cup champion. Repeat champion. So he knows how to pedal one of these Audi R8 LMS GT3s very quickly indeed. From the lead, by the way, in LMP3. Stopping later, Win Eurasia. So Devon Medell, on his debut in LMP3, did have at least a lap or so in the sun. The Win Eurasia 99 car on pit road now, and that will put the race performance car, still in the hands of Giorgio Maggi, up into 3rd position overall. David Cheng from 2nd, pitting his Jackie Chan DC racing car. So still a team car in the running for a title. It's fair to say it's probably not the one they wanted. So 2 hours and 48 minutes to go as we run through routine pit stops. This order will change and chop about the next couple of laps, but as they stand, Algarve Pro lead the race. The 25 car, having made their first routine pit stop. Andrea Roda stays at the wheel of the 25, 33 laps down and 11 seconds now ahead of Michael Mooneman, the team car, the 24 Judd engine car. 1-2 then, both in class and overall. Third, as they come through now, will be the race performance number 8, the second Judd engine car, the open-top Orica, involved in that first lap clash with the 35 Jackie Chan DC racing car. That car is out of the race. As you heard a little earlier, early damage for that car, and eventually the slow lap back, Hoping Tung forced into a very slow lap back to the pits, and that did not do the cooling any good whatsoever. That car has lost its water, they believe head gasket trouble, and the car is out of the race. In LMP3, well, having led the race overall, Tockwith Motorsport, once this all evens out, will be back into the lead of the class. Phil Hansen is now the wheel of that car. Once we've seen both the Win Eurasia car and the Jackie Chan DC racing car up into the top 2. That's been on rotation. All things being equal, Phil Hansen should emerge in the lead from the G-Print by 111 racing car, with Hans Lin now at the wheel. Sean Tong putting in a great first stint, and those two cars dominant in the lead of LMP3. Where are the Ginettas, you may be asking? And the answer at the moment is that whilst we wait to see just where the two Ligiers that have just pitted come out, the next one up is the first of the RC Bratislava cars. It's the mainly gentleman crewed car, Miro Konopka now at the wheel. But that car lacking power steering. PRT racing car, Charlie Robertson is at the wheel, and the car will be lapping quickly. That car came in with a front inspection panel missing. And the other ARC Bratislava car, the number 4, the championship leading car when we came to the start of this race, another car to suffer contact, this time from the rear by one of the Ferraris, we're told. That caused bodywork damage. Damage to a battery isolator. So that car is making a bit of a recovery run. Darren Burke at the moment aboard the car and trying to make an impact on the cars ahead of a different sort that was made on his car by a Ferrari. G1 has indeed, with Tockwith, emerged 1-2 from that round of pit stops. GT, meanwhile, now the surprise here has been the performance so far of the number 31 Audi Team Korea R8. Kyung Uk-Yu at the wheel of that car, back to the lead ahead of the Team BBT car. We have seen the Spirit of Race 38 car in the lead, but then Ruiagwash being dealt a drive-through penalty for the 38 car. Still has an outside mathematical chance of winning the championship, that car, and that penalty not doing that charge any good whatsoever. Realistically though, that championship opportunity is all about whether other cars hit trouble. So it's Team Audi Korea leading that race, the 31 car, from the 37 Ferrari Team BBT. Then the 61 Clearwater Racing Ferrari Kitasawa closing in now on Anthony Liu ahead. Ruiagwash emerged in 4th position and is attempting a charge back, but it's some 11 seconds back from Kitasawa. Then comes the first of the DH racing cars. The championship leaders currently running 5th and 6th. And to reiterate, if either of the DH racing cars wins this race, the way the maths works, or take away the S from that word if you're one of our American friends, the way the math works, that DH Racing will take the championship win and will take the auto entry for the Le Mans 24 Hours, which I'm informed by Amato Ferrari that DH Racing will take up, that they will take that entry to the Le Mans 24 Hours. As indeed, I gather, it's very likely if they did manage to win the race with Team BBT. So potentially a further Ferrari to join what is already, well, a veritable pack of prancing horses that we'll see at Le Mans in June. Won't be these cars, of course. These are GT3 spec cars. They can be converted to a GTE spec, rather expensively, but they can. Best of the rest, by the way, other than the Audi that is leading the race in GT, is the second Audi. That's the KCMG car. Go Max, and the car is running 7th overall in class at the moment, but has much of the LMP3 pack ahead of him before he can get involved with the Ferraris. Then come both of the BMWs in 8th and 9th, with the OD Racing best leader team, McLaren, having just dropped back to 10th after that last pit stop. So at the moment, BMWs and the McLaren not liking these conditions, it seems. Now getting into routine pit stops for some of the leading GT runners. Team BBT car, you can see on pit road there. That is the brightest Ferrari in the world. Doesn't need sunshine to make that thing look bright. It is the orangey red and fluorescent yellow. And that livery, I think, nominated for the Look at Me award. And I'm looking at it right now, so it's worked. So off goes the 37, back into the race. Been running at the sharp end for much of the time. So the sounds of sports cars at Sepang. It's a nice place to be just at the moment. And in the middle of a very busy time for the sports car racing community, of course. A number of people in this paddock, whether the guys in the race suits or the guys in the pit garages, will be making the further long haul across the United States for next week's big race, which of course is the Rolex 24 Daytona. And then from there, yet more people will be across in Australia for the Nicky Molly Bathurst 12 hour. And this Asian season sitting very nicely indeed in amongst that packed schedule. So no further dramas for a little wee while, which of course is always the cue for massive drama. If you're on the wrong end of it, I apologise for my previous statement. You watch and wait for the DH Racing crew, so if you're watching just the fixed camera view, you should be able to see possibly both of the bright red with the yellow stripe Ferraris making their way down pit road very soon. Potential dramas, meanwhile, for a significant runner. Team BPT's pit stop is under investigation. Now, once we're into the second half of the race, I'll take you through the calculations. Here comes the DH Racing car we've been waiting for, and that is number 5, Stefan Lemeret, pitting from 5th in class. Driver change for that car. And that is, I think that's maybe Mathieu Vazevier for that car. It is Mathieu Vazevier. Quick young man. Another man we'll be seeing in a full season of FIWEC racing this year in an LMP2 car for TDS Racing, alongside the familiar pairing of Francois Perrodo and Manu Collard. Francois making a move to LMP2 this season in what will be, as yet unannounced, but will be a 2-car TDS racing effort with the G-Drive Racing squad, we understand, joining TDS Racing for the season. And that effort likely to feature Roman Rusinov against all predictions, including his own, back as a gold-rated driver. Possibility that he'll be joined by Pierre Thiriet, of course, a TDS Racing regular, and we believe Will Stevens may be the third man aboard that car. Will, of course, featured in 2 wins this year for the squad when G-Drive Racing was looked after by Jota. And there will be news as well in the next day or so, maybe sooner than that, of what we'll see from Jota Sport for the 2017 season. Pair of bright yellow ARC Bratislava Ginettas goes through, and right on the tail of Mira Konopka, and for position, that's Charlie Robertson pulling out to take 5th position. If you manage to make that stick, 5th position in class, 14th overall. So where do we sit at the moment? Andrea Roda, Italian driver in the Nissan-powered Algar Pro car. He's now 14.5 seconds clear of Michael Mooneman in the sister 24 Judd engine car. Giorgio Maggi did make it through into 3rd position, but he is 35 seconds astray from Mooneman, 50 seconds back from the leader. So all but half a lap. Next car up is the GT leading car, and we've yet to see. We have seen that car. That car was one of the early pit stoppers under that safety car. So team making a great show here with the number 31 Team Audi Carrera car. By far the best performance we've seen so far this season from that team. This team handled by Phoenix Racing Asia. Kitasawa, meanwhile, is 8 seconds back now, up into 2nd position in the Clearwater Racing 488 GT3, with Rui Aguas recovering now to 3rd. He's a further 10 seconds back from Sawa. And as I say that, 31 car comes in for its first routine stop, rather than the stop it took a little earlier under the safety car. So, second time that car cedes the lead. We've already seen the Spirit of Race car ahead of it before Rui Aguas's penalty for track limits, after having taken a lot of warnings. In comes number 3 Ferrari on your screens now. And that was Rino Mastronardi aboard the car as he came in. Another driver change there. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to Dr. Jonas Wimpfen. I can see is watching in on the stream. Wish you were here, Jonas. One of the sports car community, racing community, made his way, of course, as part of the Gravintic setup at Dubai. I've no doubt we'll see Jonas at Daytona. But, the Asian Le Mans Series, with the grid and the performances we've seen this year beginning to make its mark beyond just this region as being a very significant part of this calendar. And the conversation with a couple of senior people from the ACO. Pierre Fillon is here. Frederic Lenard, the general manager of the ACO, the organisation that runs the Le Mans 24 Hours, of course, and in partnership with the FIA, the FIWEC. Vincent Beaumenil, the sporting director of the ACO, also here in Sepang. And I think in agreement that as progress continues here with the Asian Le Mans Series, it's becoming a very significant part, not just of that family, but of the considerations you've got to give. There goes the Audi Team Korea car, by the way, from its pit stop. See in a few moments who's taken a seat in that car. But very much more consideration to be given from some of these teams that are applying in their own right now for a position on the grid at the Le Mans 24 Hours. So say numbers of applications for teams and cars in this paddock into double figures for this year's race. That includes teams, of course, that have joined the WEC, and of course the LMS that are here, but we've not seen that level of interest from Asian Le Mans Series teams in the Le Mans 24 Hours ever. So 31 back out into the race. Archie Lee is at the wheel of that car, Hong Kong driver, of course, the stalwart of the Audi LMS GT3 Cup here in Asia, and does know how to pedal these Audis rapidly. Let's see what they can do about regaining that class lead. At the moment, it's Clearwater Racing, and they're up into 4th position overall now. 39 laps in the book for the 61 car. The 1, 2, 3 is all LMP2s, and Andrea Roda is extending the lead. 14 seconds is the lead, 53 seconds to the 3rd place race performance car, and a lap down is the leader in GT, Clearwater Racing, from the Spirit of Race car after that pit lane penalty, that drive-through. 9.2 seconds back and closing in on Kitasawa. Then comes the first of the LMP3 cars, and that is Phil Hansen atop with Motorsports car in the 6th position. G-Print by Triple One Racing still in 2nd. Hans Lin is 16 seconds back from the Tockwith car and going through to take 3rd, but over a minute back is Hiroki Yoshida in the 3rd placed in class Jackie Chan DC Racing Ligier. So it's a Ligier 1, 2, 3 after some problems. Well, one absolutely not self-inflicted on the number 4 Ginetta. Contact from the rear by a Ferrari causing damage. That car now back out and running, but a long recovery drive ahead this afternoon, and we gather power steering issues at the moment for the number 7 ERC Bratislava car. Miro Konopka now behind a charging Charlie Robertson, who is, well, blitzing up the field. But the PRT car not in championship contention. The number 4 car that was in trouble at the start of the race was leading the championship. So the championship leaders in both LMP classes took substantial hits in the very early running. The 35 car, the overall championship leader, out of the race as a result of, well, first bodywork damage, then the engine and cooling trouble because of the slow lap you heard earlier from Ho Pin Tung. Questions about how many drivers that featured on this entry will be heading to Florida. Well, certainly Gustavo Menezes, who we won't be seeing this afternoon now, I'm afraid. He's part of the 35 Jackie Chan DC Racing crew that did not make it to the driving seat after that early exit from the race from the 35. Haven't actually told you what's going on, of course, in the GT Cup class. There are 2 cars this weekend in that battle, and effectively the winner will take the championship there. The TKS team from Japan lead that race. Minutes ahead, it's Takuya Shirasaka in the number 96 TKS squad, and leads the number 77 Team New Zealand car. That's got Graham Dowsett at the wheel. That car has had a bit of a trip into the gravel in the early running. Will Bamber to come in that car. Yes, that Bamber. Brother of. Taking a look down at the question being asked on the stream, how many drivers heading to Florida? Well, Gustavo certainly is. Now, the wider question, maybe not for Daytona, but I think as the car goes by now, the 26 car leading LMP3, you're going to see Nigel Moore and Phil Hansen potentially at Sebring, because the team telling me yesterday that Tockwith Motorsports' brand new Ligier, due for delivery to the team in the first week in February, they do have an opportunity within the test schedule, as in comes the number 4 car again. They have an opportunity in their test schedule to fit in the 12 hours of Sebring. Konstantis Kalko will be taking the wheel of the number 4 car from Darren Burke. So the red and white Yorkshire-based Ligier could be... It's always good to see teams from outside the US taking on the 12 hours of Sebring. It's a heck of a test of a team and a drivers and a car. Often said that 12 hours around Sebring puts as much punishment into a car as 24 hours around Le Mans. So good news for those of you that follow IMSA racing, that the LMP3 leading car here will be looking to attempt an attack on Sebring before they take that Ligier for a full season of the LMS. And of course, they're another team that have requested a start at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Past 2.5 hours to go now, so 2 hours 27 minutes left for this season. And this season, in Asia Le Mans terms, of course, cuts across to calendar years, and we'll do so again. We'll continue to do so. Slots in nicely to either side of Christmas, as we said earlier. Next season will be, or rather later this year, will be rather different in that there'll be 3 races before Christmas and 2 afterwards. The season expanding. That's at the request of the teams. And one of the driving factors behind the decision-making process in the Asia Le Mans Series has been very much to listen to what the teams are telling them is needed. What do they need to make a sustainable business model? Further difficulties, by the way, for that number 4, Ginetta, by the look of things. And it's going to go back in the garage. So, sad news, I'm afraid, for the championship contending Ginetta number 4. Team car number 7 rumbles through. Not looking good for their championship challenge, I'm afraid. Looked very good at the start of this race. But that early contact from Ferrari, as yet unidentified, has rather done for the number 4's championship aspirations. I know Lawrence Tomlinson is listening. I'm sure there's a cup of Yorkshire tea just been flung across his extensive mansion, I think it's fair to say. Lawrence, so rumour has it, owns most of Yorkshire, but only the good bits. And of those of you who know Yorkshire well, they'll know that's not very much. Questions about these LMP3 cars coming from all around the world. Well, what a success story this has been, and kick-started by Ginetta. Lawrence Tomlinson and his merry band in Garforth, Yorkshire, committing early to this still new form of ACO rules racing, stock Nissan X-Track drivetrain package for all the LMP3 cars. It's the 61 car, rumbles back into the race and beats the 38 car out of the pits. So Ginetta first to the punch, and the first season of European Le Mans Series racing populated almost exclusively by Ginettas before just across the English Channel, La Manche, as the French incorrectly call it, decided that the business model that Ginetta had proven might suit them too, and boy did they go for it. Ligier made their debut at the end of the 2015 season, Graf Racing. Beaten in that race, it should be remembered, by Ginetta, Charlie Robertson and Sir Chris Hoy, taking the inaugural European Le Mans Series title. LMP3 then came to the Asia Le Mans Series, and the opening season saw the DC Racing team, as it was there, take the title there with the battle between the Ligier and the Odesses of Team AAI. Fast forward to 2016, and we should have seen the debut of the RV Riley American car. We've seen the car, it's not yet raced, and may well see its first competitive outing in support of the 12 Hours of Sebring when the IMSA Prototype Challenge makes its debut with the new rules, and LMP3 the lead class there now. So the RV Riley promised for that race, and soon to see, of course, the new Norma as well, and that's picking up friends and customers, with the latest of those announced this week to be the Ivan Muller Racing team, and they'll campaign one of the new Norma M30s in the European Le Mans Series. Let's not forget either that you can see LMP3 cars on the full Le Mans circuit. glorious sights and sounds of a full LMP3 and GT3 grid on race morning for the Le Mans 24 Hours. And a single Ginetta taking it to the Ligier Hordes last year. Charlie Robertson and none other than Martin Brundle going very much wheel to wheel through and under the Dunlop Bridge. Ginetta coming out better there, but unfortunately falling by the wayside a little later in the race. Lawrence Tomlinson at the moment is saying, you better not say it was my fault. It wasn't Lawrence's fault. Or it was, depending on whether or not he's listening. But Ginetta putting up a good show, showing themselves certainly in a straight line. That car definitely has an advantage, and quite a substantial one over the Ligiers. So beginning to get to the stage where there's more variety in the LMP3 market. The numbers, well, latest number I have from Ligier is 80 cars sold. Know that we've had Ginettas around double figures for the car sales. 4 cars here. 1 car that should have been here. I'm afraid Ginetta rather let down by prospective customers. The 4 car comes back out on Pitler Road, is dropped off the dollies, off the jacks, and will be back into the race presently. Ginetta, derivative of that car, but highly developed derivative, is their G57 P2 Chevy engined car. P2 sorts of speeds, and those cars seen in action across Europe in the V2V series, the debut race of the Gravantic Proto Series in Dubai. Showed very well, won one of those 3 races outright, and we're by far the quickest, and will be balanced for competition later this year in the 12-hour races with LMP2 cars up to 2016, so including the cars of the spec we're seeing here this weekend. So that is your LMP3 market. Add into that a number of national series across Europe at the moment that welcome the LMP3 spec cars, and the brand new Chinese series for later this year, which features 16 cars, single drivers, highly professional teams, and a big prize fund. And all of a sudden, you see the prototype market heading in a not dissimilar direction to where we've seen GTs going with GT3. Get back to this race, shall we? 2 hours, 20 minutes to go. It's still Algarve Pro leading the race, 1-2, 16 seconds the gap. Now well over a minute ahead of the race performance car. And we'll see pretty soon whether or not the issues for the race performance car are to do with legacy damage from that first lap incident, or whether or not Giorgio Maggi is beginning to run a little bit out of steam himself. We've got a slow car on track. Now, I think that might well be the number 7 Ginetta, Mira Konopka. That car should have completed a lap and has not. We'll keep an eye on that one. Well, we're keeping an eye on it. I can tell you that 4th overall and in the lead of LMP3 is still Tocqueville Motorsports. Phil Hansen at the wheel of their Ligier 26 car that has led overall and is fending off 18 seconds ahead of the number 85 G-Print by Triple One Racing car. And Shida is quicker than, but a little way back from that car, 3rd position in P3. So they're filling positions 4, 5, 6 overall. Before we get into the GT runners, Team Audi Korea, Marchi Lee is still leading that race. Last lap through, put in his fastest time of the race. And here comes Mira Konopka. I'm trying to see whether or not there's damage to that car. There's something, that car was not running right, and there looks to be perhaps damage to the left rear, sorry. There's bodywork damage there. As that had side-to-side contact, and rather unfortunately that car is now going to the garage. So no sooner does the garage cleared of the 4 ARC Bratislava Ginetta than the 7 car is in and is going into the garage. Being reminded as well, like David Stone on the stream, the G57, 2 of them in fact, were at the Thunderhill 25 hours, and indeed the Miami 500, where one of the cars won, and showed very well indeed in the Thunderhill race until a freak failure, I'm afraid, left the car outside a winning position. GT then, Team Audi Korea from Team BBT's Ferrari. Davide Rizzo is at the wheel of that car now. But Marchi Lee at the moment is extending that lead. 9 seconds to the good now in the number 31 Audi R8. Clearwater Racing still running third. Mokrin Sun, the driving force behind the effort that will take that team to the FIWC this season for a full year's battle. But he's about to be overhauled by Alex Riberas, man who put the number 3 DH Racing car into pole position yesterday. And is very soon, I think, on pace, going to be through into third position in class. 2:04 last time through, was the quickest in the GT class last time around. So who haven't we covered? If you're looking to see what's happening with the two BMWs, they're currently running 15th and 16th in the hands of Akira Ida and Ollie Milroy, E90 and 91 respectively. As we said at the moment, struggling for pace here. Whether or not that's the heat, whether or not that's a bit of balance of performance, remains to be seen. We're quick in qualifying, but it's much, much warmer here than it has been for the earlier part of the week. The McLaren, further down still, I'm afraid, has actually been in the pits now 5 times, so continuing issues, I'm afraid, for that number 86 OD Racing best leader team, locally based team, of course. And they're on pit road again for the 5th time. John Lester brought the car back in. And for the second race in succession, Liam Talbot, the Blancpain GT Series AM champion this year, is part of that squad. And he's another man with another race in the mad January into February. He'll be racing at the Bathurst 12 Hour with the Walkinshaw GT3 team, one of their pair of Porsches. And into the pits comes the leading car. Andrea Roda comes to a stop. Let's see if we can see who's going to take the wheel of that car. Driver's door is open, and it's just out of my sight, I'm afraid. So, available to them, Aidan Reid and Andrea Pizzitola. My guess would be that Pizzitola will be given the task of taking that car to the finish. So the 25 car pits, that will put the 24 car back into a lead it held earlier with Mark Patterson. Mark will now be at the back of the garage with some light reading and a sucky sweet. There's the further problem, by the way. There's another problem, by the way, potentially for Team BBT. Now this will be the answer to the question asked earlier about a potential pit stop infringement. We heard they were under investigation for a pit stop infringement. Is there about to be a penalty there for that car? Now this is important principally because to have any real chance of taking the title, they need to win this race. They can't afford a delay at the moment. Sitting, well, in contention, just 10-12 seconds off the class lead, Davide Rizzo, with Alessandro Perguidi, one of the fastest men in this or any Ferrari, still to come. Side by side, the 5 and the 38 Ferraris. And that is a battle for position. That's Mathieu Vazivière going by Nazrat Mozayin. Another pit stop, by the way, for the number 8 car. Now that is a driver change this time. I think that may have been Fabian Schiller just popping out into the race. We'll just double check that as the car clears the timing line. It is indeed Fabian. German driver, winner of the AM class of the Renault Sports Trophy in its final year with the Renault RSR1. In fact, one of 2 winners of that particular contest on the grid here, because Andrea Pizzitola won the Pro Class 2 years ago. As a result of that, was awarded as part of his prize a Le Mans start in an LMP2 car. That was with Algarve Pro. Finished the race with Chris Hoy amongst the drivers for that squad. Impressed greatly, and has impressed me greatly as well in his outings both here in the Asia Le Mans Series and in the European Le Mans Series. Learning his trade very rapidly, and I have zero doubts that Andrea Pizzitola is going to be a name we hear a lot of in sports car racing in the future. "12 minutes away from the halfway point." It's not in any way been a dull couple of hours, has it? It's that first lap provided more drama than is good for anybody, and in particular that's good for the 35 crew. And the steam emerging from the back of that car was basically the championship hopes evaporating. And like a fish on the stall, they'll be gutted. Shaping up to be a great battle here in GT. We've seen a couple of those this season, not least in the final stages in Zhuhai, the opening round, with Mokachocci and Matt Griffin going at it. Luckily, it was Ferraris and not weapons. There's not much difference at times. That's Ginetta. But those two put on an absolutely fantastic display at the end of that race. One of the hardest wheel-to-wheel, toe-to-toe two-car battles in GT that I've seen in quite a while. So Aidan Reid it was that took the wheel of the 25 car. The gap was such that he's actually come out into second position, ahead of Fabian Schiller, who of course has also been down pit lane. So Michael Munneman it is that leads the race, as did teammates Mark Patton in the 24 car. So again a Judd powered car to the lead of the 4 hours in Zhuhai. Should be said, I can't believe I'm about to say it, but you know I am, that with the 35 car out of the race, 25 of course is in the pound seats to take the championship, but should that car fail to finish, the 24 car will take the title. So 1-2 for Algarve Pros. It has been for lap after lap. Munneman from Aidan Reid now. And Aidan Reid moving over from the Win Eurasia LMP3 car, which gave the seat available for Devon Modell. So it's AAA in the Algarve Pro team, because we'll have had Andrea Roda, Aidan Reid and Andrea Pizzitola to come. Fabian Schiller's pace, meanwhile, we'll keep an eye on. He's just done his establishing lap and onto a quick one now. As literally as I say it, puts in the fastest lap of the car's race. Closes just a tad on Aidan Reid as down pit lane comes Michael Munneman in the 24 car from the lead. So the 24 car in for its latest routine pit stop. That's the difference between a P2 and a P3 car. The principal difference, the two major differences in fact, is that the P3 cars have a carbon tub but a steel roll cage. There are serious cost caps in place for P3 cars, so it's actually, for instance, far cheaper to buy and to service than a GT3 car. The P2 cars, much more bespoke items, but not in a position to be able to say there's a massive difference in terms of concept for the powertrain for 2017, because the spec Nissan powertrain in a P3 car, which by the way may or may not be getting a 50 brake horsepower hike this year. Talk is from the ACO that they are very actively considering that. To be blunt, not sure that's required. That's all to do with ensuring that there's a performance disparity between the GT cars and the LMPs. Certainly the kind of rather lightly stressed Nissan V8 can cope with that. But the difference there between P3 is all the P3 cars with the same Nissan V8 engine. And not here, but elsewhere, LMP2 cars have, for 2017, a spec Gibson engine. The two exceptions to that being here in Asia and in the United States, where the sister DPI concepts, which allow custom bodywork and a factory engine, and year one we'll be seeing examples from Cadillac with their mighty V8, from Mazda, their fabulous looking RT24P, and the Turbo 4 for that car, and the customer Nissan twin turbo V6 in the ESM Nissan DPIs. So as a premier class, if you like, the last place in the world with the old formula of LMP2 is here in Asia. These are the cars that could but probably won't operate as a subclass in the European Le Mans Series, operate here as the principal class through to 2019. And they can have, well, a range of engines, but represented here are the, going past now in fact, you can hear the 25 Nissan V8, the VK 45 V8, 4.5 litre car, and the Judd V8. Different engine note from that car. Rasping Nissan, and a, here we go, wailing Judd. Rasp or wail? Which is your favourite? You decide. I like the Judd. And then a much deeper, throatier roar of the different V8, different Nissan V8 in the P3 cars. Fabian Schiller is cracking on here. 25 car, by the way, has retaken the lead after the pit stop for the 24, which put Taksun Kim. So they've rotated through all three drivers in the 24 car, and sensibly making sure that it's short runs for these guys, and be good to hear from them maybe a little later to see whether or not the heat is causing a problem in the coupes. And yep, Fabian Schiller puts in the first sub 2 minute lap for the race performance car. And now it's just 48 seconds back from the lead, 27 seconds back from the 24 car. And I think that gap is going to come down, and come down substantially. And with Struan Moore still to come in the number 8 car, don't count that car out. Top with Motorsports, Phil Hansen meanwhile, 10 seconds to the good from Hans Lin. Losing a little time last time around, and just Lin just closing in gradually. With Hiroki Yoshida in the third place Jackie Chan DC racing car. A further minute back. And the Ginettas, meanwhile, best placed of those cars is the Anito Ikatin car. Running fifth at the moment. Zen Low is the wheel of that car. Competitive lap times. But, Zen was unlucky in the early stages of the race. His timing of his pit stop under the safety car left him with not enough time to close the gap to the pack. So lost out to the tune of probably half a lap as the race went back to green. And Fabian Schiller, meanwhile, continues to pound around here. It's just done the fastest first sector of the race again. I think we'll make a further improvement in lap time here. 1:59.361 last time through. He's due through in, well, not very long at all. Here he comes. No improvements, but it's still a 1:59.4. That's quicker than the leader's time. He closes the gap on Taksun Kim by some 4 seconds last time around. And that gap down to under 24 seconds now. That is going to be the next gap to watch. Will Bamber, meanwhile, is now at the wheel of the number 77 Team New Zealand car. And decision from the stewards is the number 37 car. We heard that that car was in trouble for pit stop infringement, potentially. That car will have 5 seconds added time to the next pit stop for that infringement. So 2 minutes away from the halfway mark. And what will be 14 hours of racing in this Asia Le Mans Series. 4-hour races, 4 of them. 5 next season. And it's Algarve Pro putting in, well, a fine display here, first and second, with Fabian Schiller doing his best to close down the second of those cars, the 24 Judd engine car, and his similarly engined Oreca, the 91 BMW, is the latest pit stop. And meanwhile, and I think this performance will not be what that Fist AI team were hoping for. Just does not seem to be the pace in the BMW M6s today. Fabian Schiller due through now, does so. It's another lap in the 59s, the gap now under 20 seconds, and takes another 4 seconds out of Tak Sung Kim. 5 laps at that sort of closing rate, and he will be through into second position. So Ligier 1-2 overall, the P2 cars, but an Oreca closing fast. It's a Ligier 1-2-3, in fact it's a Ligier 1-2-3-4 in LMP3. And one thing this Asia Le Mans Series has shown us this year is that the different LMP3 cars do perform very differently, and they're pretty track sensitive as well. It's been the case this weekend that the Ligiers have had a little bit of an edge, but I'm afraid that's been flattered rather by that issue for the number 4 car, the issue being Ferrari shaped on the first lap. The car is actually back out into the race, as indeed is the 7. Both cars have been in the garage, the 4 car twice. First for that bodywork damage. We haven't heard exactly the issue for the second time. Alessandro Pierre Guidi makes his way across the garage. Is he soon to be aboard the number 37 Team BBT car? There's a man capable of shaving away the 5 seconds penalty they're going to get. Through comes the BBT car, still running second in class. From, well, it should be said, one of the performances of the race at the moment from the Team Audi Korea 31 car. Still 10.5 seconds to the good. Alex Riberas, meanwhile, up into third place, having taken that place from Mok Wing Sung, is now just 4.8 seconds back from Davide Rizzo for second place in the race. Of course, the second place car ahead is going to get that penalty. Another fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, goes to guess who? Yes, Fabian Schiller, 1:59.1. How long before we start to see cars getting into the 1:58s? Gap now 16 seconds. So Schiller, he's got the delta he's looking for. That delta is closing down the number 24 car. The 8 car can't win the championship, can become a confounding factor here, and will want to win the race. Open question, by the way. No plans announced as yet by the race performance team. They are the defending champions in the Asia Le Mans Series, will not be able to defend that championship. And with their LMP3 Ligier up for sale, could this be their final race? I hope not. Properly sporting team race performance, but it is distinctly possible that this might be their last race, certainly at this level. Campaigned this car for several seasons now. Before that, their Radical LMP2 car. And always been firm favourites in the paddock. Aidan Reid, meanwhile, is responding to that charge from Fabian Schiller. He almost matches the German last time around. He's leading the race, of course, 23 seconds ahead last time around of Tak-Sun Kim. That time is going to come out a little this time through, as we wait for the Korean driver to finish the lap. It's coming through now. And that's... Now, he had a problem that time around. Tak-Sun Kim has lost a big chunk of time there. 2:11 spells some time off track or partial rotation for that car. So the gap goes out from 23 seconds to 36 seconds for lead, but more crucially, just down to 4 seconds now for fired up Fabian Schiller, who again puts in a 1:59 and takes 12 seconds with that issue, whatever it was for Tak-Sun Kim, out of the second place car. There's traffic between the two, but we could have those two cars nose to tail at least by the time we see them next past the start-finish line. So keep an eye on that picture you've got there. We'll try and call it for you to let you know when that's coming, as to whether or not it's the 24 Ligier or the number 8 Orica that we see next past the start-finish straight. Two cars are in the Sector 2 now, and as they do that, Aidan Reid goes through in the fastest Sector 2 of the lead cars race so far. Some fine fight backs, by the way, underway. Another 1:59 there for Aidan Reid. Nose to tail now into Sector 3 for the second and third place cars. And they'll be with us in moments. So keep an eye on the feed, and as I see them cross the line, we'll let you know, and we'll let you know who's going to be ahead. Is it going to be the 24 car? Has Fabian Schiller found a way by? He was right with the 24 car there, nose to tail now. It's still the Ligier, but for how much longer? This is the battle for second position overall. 0.3 of a second as they came through, but Fabian Schiller was looking for a way up the inside into turn 1. Tricky place to pass there. We've seen a number of people fall victim to being lured in. It's a bit like turn 1 at Fuji, like that. Looks a simple turn to take, but it just isn't. Not a lot of room. So 1 hour 55 minutes to go. And Aidan Reid has got the hurry-up call. He's just cleared Sector 2 in the fastest time of the race so far in the leading 25 car. Andrea Pizzatello to come to finish the race in what, at the moment, with 1 hour and 54 minutes to go, looks like it's going to take that team to the championship and to Le Mans again. Made their debut, of course, last year. Lucky to see, and through into second position has gone the number 8 car, Race Performance, and Fabian Schiller. He's going to be about 41 seconds off the lead by the time he clears the end of his lap 59. So 3 cars on the lead lap. Phil Hansen, meanwhile, holding the gap to Hanslin, 11.8 seconds. Then comes the number 90 BMW. Hiroki Yoshida making a couple of inroads into the 2 lead cars ahead. So Fab Schiller, 40.4 seconds And 2.7 seconds ahead now of Tak-Sun Kim. Young professional driver, head of the gent. Korean gentleman driver in the 24 Algarve Pro car. Good performance from the 24 squad though. With that leading, the car leading the race in the hands of Mark Patterson. Team Audi Korea still lead GT, still 10 seconds to the good. Alex Riberas now though is almost with Davide Rizzo ahead. Another fastest middle sector from Aidan Reid. Good run from him too. So, next battle to watch is going to be the battle for second position in GT. It's between two Ferraris, the 3017 BBT car, which will take a 5-second penalty next stop, but less than 2 seconds back last time through was the number 3 DH Racing car, Alex Riberas. So will that happen on track? Only closed by about half a second last time, but he has been closing. Down pit lane, meanwhile, comes the second placed P3 car, Hans Lin. Good stint from Hans Lin there, not able to close down the leading car of Phil Hansen. Again, putting in a very solid stint. Very young man indeed, and needs to bid for and be given permission to take time off from school for this racing, Phil Hansen. So a long chat with Phil earlier in the week. Lots and lots of questions about how things work in this wacky world of endurance racing. Very clear he sees his racing future in this part of the sport. Critical time here, and it's going to be all about those lead two cars. 41 seconds is the gap. I have no doubt that Stuart Cox, the team principal at Algarve Pro, is giving, call it instruction, to his driver about where things stand in the race, and for that matter in the championship standings. But we'll deal with that when we get into the final hour, because there's some interesting sums to be done. That instruction has been heard, received and acted upon by Aidan Reid. He puts in the fastest lap of the race, 1:59.142, just 7 thousandths quicker than the time put in a little while ago by Fabian Schiller. What's going to be the response from the German? Well, we'll soon see. In LMP3, Top-With Motorsport still leads. They're fourth overall. G-Print by Triple One Racing Ligier second, and then the Jackie Chan DC Racing number 1 car third, but will be through to second for the moment with that stop from the number 85. Zen Low, meanwhile, pushing on. He has the number 69 Ginetta into 4th position now in class. Ahead of the Win Eurasia car. Charlie Robertson in the PRT Racing car, also ahead of the number 99 car. And Charlie is pressing on, making his way through some of the GT cars in the next lap or two. And after, it has to be said, what was a rather messy lap, the number 4 car, the Ginetta that was one of the 2 cars to fall victim to contact on that first lap, goes through with the neat and tidy racer tape repair to its rear haunches, beginning to come astray a little. It's been very neat and tidy as a race since then, just the odd couple of cars having a marginal gravelly moment. One of them a Team New Zealand car in the early running, but managed to get that car back out and running. And a couple of new followers on the stream. Yep, we know this isn't ideal. It's what we've got, but if you're looking to actually get more information about the race, have a look at the live timing. That'll give you a lot of information to see how this thing is actually panning out. And again, that link, it's live timing, all one word, live timing dot get race results, all one word, .com. So live timing, one word, dot get race results.com. And that will give you all sorts of useful stuff, where the cars are on track, gives you some of the race control messages. And my particular favourite from this timing system, same as used by our friends at Creventic, is the ETA. The ETA basically means on their current pace, when can we expect the car past the pits? And when that goes red, that means that's the car that may be in trouble. So, hour and 46 minutes to go. And we're looking for where the battles are emerging. Aidan Reed's charge, by the way, at the moment has stemmed the flow to Fabian Schiller. His push has given Race Performance second position at the expense of Tak Sung Kim, who's now down into third. They're the top three, and the last three remaining runners in LMP2. 35 car is a retirement championship leader. So their championship hopes in the 35 now rest on the fortunes of the 25. Not a great way to finish a season, to be effectively hoping for misfortune elsewhere. They've had their own misfortunes. And that Jackie Chan DC racing car, believed failed head gasket. Engine lost its water after early contact from the number 8 car. That took out a tyre, and the slow lap back to preserve what was already bodywork damage to the bare minimum, overheating the Nissan engine. That takes some doing. Phil Hansen into the pit lane from the lead in LMP3. Now, what was required for the LMP3 leading cars was a fault-free run. So far, it's been that from the 26 car. Has led the class, as it did as it pitted, and has led the race overall more than once, both under the safety car and on pit stop cyclists. We see the BPT car, one of the AAI BMWs, and one of the DH Ferraris nose to tail along the pit wall. Now, that is not for position, so there's laps between those cars. So the current gaps in GT, with the G-Print by 111 Racing Ligier now involved between the two leaders. The gap is still around 10 seconds. That's 8.3 now, but Riberas now with Davide Rizzo. And that was the two cars involved in that train. It was DH Racing looking to get by. Now, did Davide Rizzo manage to fend off Riberas there? At the next pit stop, they're going to lose that position anyway, with a 5-second penalty going the way of BBT. It's very close indeed for second position in GT. We'll watch who clears the second sector first. And it's going to be tight. Still, through the timing beams, Rizzo just held the advantage, but it's less than a second. So the 1-2 in LMP3, both on pit lane. 26 on the way out now, though. And would appear to be Phil Hansen has stayed at the wheel of that car. So Phil would have been asked whether or not it was okay to continue. Unless the driver indicator has not been changed. Phil back into the race. Still the same order, 2-3, but it's nose to tail now from the BBT and DH Racing number 3 Ferraris. Hiroki Yoshida, by the way, on pit lane in what had been the one car had been second in LMP3. May well be that drops back into the hands of the G-Print by Triple One Racing squad. Tom Blomqvist, by the way, the latest man behind the wheel of the number 90 BMW. Away he goes to number 1, past my position. Lead battle overall, by the way, just swapping tenths here and there. But Damien Boldy has spotted clouds overhead. We have had rain predicted for late in the race, so there could be further dramas. So you watch to see whether or not we start to get some scrambling in the pits. Latest car to be warned about track limits, by the way, is the number 5 car. That is the championship leading car in GT. They're some, well, 36, 40, or just under 40 seconds off the lead. Trouble for the number 8 car. Comes past the pit lane, and that car is cruising. That is trouble for race performance. And as Fabian Schiller completed the lap, that car has a problem. Engine was still running as he passed here, but whether or not that was gear selection or drive shaft, we'll wait and see. But with an hour and 40 minutes to go, the number 8 car, which had been running a strong second position, is about to lose that position and may be in trouble. Well, definitely in trouble. It's a matter of just how serious. So dramas now for both of the open-top Orecas, the 35 car early in the race, now retirement. And Fabian Schiller seemingly will keep an eye on progress, but seemingly in major troubles as he came past the pit lane. It happened right at the end of the lap. And he's taken 20 seconds longer than he should have done to complete Sector 1. The car is moving, but a 1 minute and 13 first sector plays 52 seconds for both of the Algarve Pro Ligiers. He's lost second position and will be struggling, or trying to struggle back to the pits. Well, further drama. Try and see whether or not we can get a handle on exactly what has gone wrong for the number 8. They're at the first of the pit garages pit in, which is the only good news for Fabian Schiller. Marginal improvement in his pace for Sector 2, 40 seconds plays 35. But has not made it. He's completed the lap and has not pitted. So whatever went wrong, whether or not there's a Control-Alt-Delete, an electronic reset, but he's back up to speed, but he's 10 seconds back from the second place car now, which of course is back to being the number 24 car. So Algarve Pro 25 leads, Algarve Pro 24 now back up into second position, and hands attack Sung Kim. That car putting in a 2:01.919 last time around. Fabian Schiller's time, by the way, is the KCMG 51 Audi makes its way down pit lane. That car coming in from 9th in GT. It was a 2 minutes 30 seconds. He dropped a full 30 seconds on that lap. almost all of which was in the early part of the lap. So whether or not he had electronics issues, we'll keep an eye on his sector times. They're not quite there. He's still 4 seconds off where he should be. So Fabian Schiller driving around an issue here at the moment and dropping further back from the second of the Algarve Pro cars, which at the moment hold a very strong 1-2, and that gap is increasing. 10 seconds was the gap second to third last time through. On the lap immediately after, Fab Schiller dropping down to almost cruising speed past the pits. Pit stop for the number 7 Ginetta, and it's Mike Simpson will be climbing aboard. His distinctive Cross of St George liveried helmet, Ginetta visor. Mike's seat insert ready, and he'll be installed right now. Drinks bottle ready, filled with Yorkshire tea, as always. 2 sugars. Milky, like his Yorkshire tea milky. A change too. Why has that happened? In LMP3, because Tockwith Motorsports are down to second position. Sean Tong is back at the wheel of that car and has taken the lead from Phil Hansen. Race performance car, by the way. Fab Schiller's dropped another 6 seconds on that lap, so he has a problem. So either he's working through that problem in the cockpit, or the team are prepping to deal with that, or they can't deal with it. So dramas galore. Davidio Rizzo, meanwhile, still fending off Alex Riberas. So Team BBT had DH Racing with Mathieu Vazevier in the second DH Racing car. Next up, so Audi to the 4. Still, the Team Audi Korea car leads the race. Archie Lee, and it will be Alex Young to take that car to the finish, therefore. GT Cup 2-car battle, by the way. Team New Zealand, it's 1 minute and 38 seconds back from the Japanese entered car, the TKS car. It's Takuya Shirasaka at the wheel, Will Bamba at the wheel of Team New Zealand. You probably didn't need me to tell you which way round that was. Here it goes, Taksung Kim. Going well, matching, in fact, slightly bettering the leader's time that time through. Let's keep an eye on the pace for number 67 car, meanwhile. Comes down pit lane with that bodywork section, the front inspection panel missing again. Through comes Fab Schiller now. His lap time slightly better, 2:05, so he's improving his lap time. But there's definitely a problem for that car. That is not the pace we're expecting to see. Yellow flag at turn 13, meanwhile. Through go the battling Ferraris. That yellow flag withdrawn almost as soon as we see it. So for the benefit, and only for the benefit of Dan Hounsell, if you've heard this before, you can just turn the sound down for 30 seconds. Fabian Schiller, just 3 laps ago, coming through in a strong second position, but right at the very end of the lap, lost a little bit of time in the final sector as he crossed the line, was almost cruising down the pit straight, lost a chunk of time and second position in the first sector, got back up to almost racing speed, but has been 3, 4, 5 seconds off where he had previously been since then. So lost something like 30 seconds and has been steadily losing a little bit of time, but not anything like that time since then. So has dropped back behind the now second place 24 car, and in 3 laps has dropped a further 19 seconds. Well, you can all switch it back up now. Dan's back up to speed. The trouble out on track was for the number 38 car. That was the Spirit of Race car, winner of the first race of the season in Zhuhai, China. Nasrat Mazayan has had a bit of a spin and recovered. We're just 3 minutes away from the last 90 minutes of the race and the season. Sean Tong pulling away now from Phil Hansen, who all of a sudden seems to be struggling for pace. Now, is that a tyre problem? Is that a tired problem? We thought we might start to see deep into some of these stints, and this is Phil Hansen's second stint in the car. But again, straight right to the pit wall again, looking for a way by. Alex Riberas tucked in behind as they passed the pit boards. Alex Riberas sweeping to the outside to try to get a line to grab second position in GT from Davide Rizzo ahead. But there has been little quarter given between those two. And they're closing on the Audi. Despite the fact they're battling away, they're beginning to make major inroads into the Audi's lead. It's under 5 seconds now. Further yellow flag out there, this time at turn 15. It's car 51 that's had stopped at turn 15 but has made it back to pit road. So, told car 51 has stopped on track, but it's just passed me in pit lane. Meantime, overdue is the 38 car. Now, has that just been misidentified? I wonder if it's the 38 car that's actually stopped on pit road. There's a car blocking the pit entry, we're told. And I feel that is the 50. That's not the 51 car, that's the 38, the Spirit of Race car. So 51 has indeed continued. It's in pit lane. 38 has completed its lap after losing a minute on track. That was, of course, the spin for Nasrat Mazayan. Mike Simpson is down to some very competitive speeds indeed in the number 7 Ginetta. The 7 and the 4, though, are running 7th and 8th in class after problems for both cars. The lead of the Ginetta clan, 5th in class, is We're on Tan in the Elisa Ickertint car, the 69 car, running 7 seconds ahead of 8 de Jong in the PRT car. And those two will soon be in amongst the BMWs. Not been their day so far. Fab Schiller, meanwhile, is back down to normal racing speed, not quite at the pointy end of 2 minutes, but 2:02 last time around marks a big, big improvement on what we've seen on the last few laps. So whatever problem he's been battling, he seems to be getting on top of that. Phil Hansen continuing to lose some time, by the way, to Sean Tong. Mike Simpson, another fastest lap for his car, the number 7 car, 2:02.9. That's way quicker than the time being put in at the moment by anybody other than the class leader in class. But power steering issue, it was reported to be, in fact, by Mike. I bumped into Mike as I made my way down to the 35 garage earlier. Fab Schiller now down to 1:59s again. So maybe we'll hear from Race Performance as to what the problem was. But whatever it was, he's on top of it and is now beginning to take time out of the second place car again. So the gaps, it's 68 seconds now with the continuing push from Aidan Reid. Responded to the charge earlier from Fab Schiller, held the gap, pulled a few tenths out before the issue for the number 8 car, but has continued to pull away from his team car. Comes through again now to complete 72 laps. It's 68 seconds the gap to the second place car, with a further 15.5 seconds last time through to the number 8 race performance car. Leading the LMP3 battle now is the G-Print by 111 Racing effort. Sean Tong at the wheel of that car. Head of the Tockwith Motorsport 26, Phil Hansen at the wheel of that car. 14 seconds the gap. And that gap is going out. Third place in that class, but a few places further back in timing and scoring with GT cars in between. It's the Jackie Chan DC Racing car. James Winslow is at the wheel of that car. And he's getting in amongst the GT battles at the moment. And in GT, it's still the Audi Team Korea car. But Alex Riberas has made it through now into second position. He's got that position after a huge battle with Davide Rizzo over the last few laps. And he's now rapidly closing on the Audi, whose pace seems to be dropping off fairly sharply at the moment. Archie Lee, all of a sudden, losing time, in a chunks of time, to the charging Alex Riberas in the number 3 DH Racing team. The carrot for DH, either car wins this race, then the team goes to Le Mans. Because wherever the other car finishes, one of those two cars will take the championship with a win. Just exactly how that works through depends on where other cars finish, but the maths works that way. If the 3 or the 5 win, if the 5 wins, it wins a championship. If the 3 wins, nobody else other than DH can win the championship. Another of the benefits of running 2 cars across a championship season, of course. Pit stop now for the leading car. That's Aidan Reid after a fine stint from Aidan. His first in this LMP2 Ligier. Now, is this going to be the introduction to proceedings for Andrea Pizzitola? In the meantime, will this give time for Tak-Sun Kim to put the 24 car into the lead again? Or will we see the 24 car down pit lane as well? It's an hour and 25 minutes to go. Vanguard Pro are going to work on that car. The car fires up and goes down. And will lose the lead as Tak-Sun Kim goes through. And as the car pops out of the pits, who is going to be in the wheel of the 25? It's Andrea Pizzitola. And Fab Schiller, meanwhile, fully back up to speed and now closing on the 24 car. Further pit stop for the 51 car. Answer the question, had Fabian Schiller had an off and was clearing off the tyres? No, he was cruising. He came past here with the engine fired up, but not a lot of revs under the bonnet of that Oreca, so whatever the problem was, it most certainly wasn't dirty tyres. hour and 23 minutes. Algarve Pro 1-2, but for how much longer? Well, Schiller is now taking his previously traditional chunks of time out to Tak-Sung Kim. Pizzitola, meanwhile, will have, I think, popped out between the two. So it may well be Tak-Sung Kim leads this race. He does. Where does this now leave Andrea Pizzitola? He comes through second. He's 8 seconds back from the leader. And 3 seconds further back is Fabian Schiller. So the top three now separated by 11.7 seconds, albeit with the 25 car having pitted 3 times to 2 to the other pair of LMP2s that remain in the race. Sean Tong, meanwhile, now 22 seconds to the good from Phil Hansen, who is dropping a couple of seconds a lap now to the 85 car. Very strong run from the very start by both of these crews. But the 85 car, Sean Tong in his second stint aboard the car. It's a 2-driver squad, of course, for both of these cars. So we will see Hanslin back in that car at some point, I believe. Fastest of the 3 leading cars, just the moment, by the way, is Fab Schiller. He put in a 1:59.6 last time around. As Darren Burke about to climb back aboard the number 4 ARC Bratislava car. 8th in LMP3 after that early race trouble. I'm afraid laps down. Championship aspirations, I'm afraid, disappeared on lap 1 with contact from a Ferrari. That's requiring some repairs in the garage for the number 4 car. Came into this race as a championship leader after a fantastic race in Buriram that saw the 4 and the 7 car, both ARC Bratislava, both this bright yellow colour scheme for the Ginettas, finish across the line in Thailand 0.177 seconds apart. Was that team order, did you say? Not a bit of it. It was a race to the finish. Pizzitola getting up to speed. And race performance, meanwhile, Fabian Schiller, latest to pit from 3rd position, so he will not get involved in that battle on track just yet. And it may be that we're about to see Struan Moore aboard that car, with an hour and 20 minutes to go. Lead gap, by the way, as Pizzitola takes just half a second out of Tak-Sung Kim that time around. Lead gap is 8 seconds. And we're about to see a lead change in GT. And it's happened. DH Racing, Alex Riberas is through. Now who comes through in second? And the answer is, it's Team BBT. Where is the Audi Korea car? Again, it's gone in the pits. Marchi Lee brings the 31 car that's led for most of this race into the pits from 3rd position. Have been closed down by the DH Racing number 3 and the 37 Team BBT car. And their battle for position had also seen the cars closing on the 31 Phoenix Run Team Audi Korea effort. As we close in towards the final hour, just 20 minutes away from the final hour. Battles are developing here, and it's going to be a battle for the lead. Through comes the leading car, the 24 car, in the hands of Tak-Sung Kim, 201.646. Through, though, goes Andrea Pizzitola. Now he's up to speed, 1:59.078. It's the fastest lap of the race, 5.584 seconds the gap now. And the Frenchman, with the very Italian name, all of a sudden, that's got a sniff of the lead. Fabian Schiller has rejoined the race, according to timing and scoring, so we've not yet seen Strum more. Be interesting to find out from race performance just exactly what went wrong there for Fab. Another name we'll be hearing a lot more of, I feel. Still dropping time in that battle for LMP3, with Phil Hansen having led the race in P3 and with his teammate Nigel Moore having led the race overall. After the first lap tangles, threaded his way through in the 26 car to lead overall into and beyond the safety car period. Phil Hansen is now dropping time to Sean Tong. Those two men sit fourth and fifth, first and second in the LMP3 standings. That would at this stage be good enough for Tockwith to take the championship. Team BBT's 37 car meanwhile comes in to take its latest pit stop. This will require the car to sit for a further 5 seconds over and above what is required. That will drop the 37 car, and Alessandro Pierguidi, I think, will be aboard that car when it leaves this time for his introduction into proceedings. Happy to see the 86 car back out on track after a number of pit stops. Through comes the 24, and the 25 now has it firmly in sight. 2.7 seconds is the gap. 2:03 for Tak-Sung Kim. 2 minutes, 0.2 for Pizzatola. Yet again, an Algarve Pro 1-2. This is what the plan was all along, isn't it? Mr. and Mrs. Cox. This great effort from the Algarve Pro team this year, bringing these two Ligiers for the full season and putting on a great show here. Shuffled the pack here to give themselves the best opportunity of challenging for the win. Aidan Reid coming into the number 25 car alongside Andrea Pizzitola and race starter Andrea Roda. Plan beginning to come together, though possibly what they didn't expect is the fantastic early stint from Mark Patterson. That's been backed up very, very well indeed. Tak-Sung Kim putting in a great display. Michael Muneman putting in a solid stint as well, keeping the car in contention. But won't be long, I don't think, before they're back into second position. Great for Fab Schiller to come through. He does so now after his latest pit stop, and that will be the matching third pit stop for the 25 car, of course. He is 75 seconds back, rather, from the leader, 72 seconds back from the 25 car. Nose to tail now, 24 and 25. As they come into the third sector of the race. Away goes the 37. It's taken that 5 second penalty for the pit stop infringement earlier. So the gap we see when the car gets up to speed will be a real one. So we're waiting for the DH Racing cars to come in for their routine stops. Then we'll see just exactly where this race sits in reality. Alex Young, it was indeed back out into the race, and will likely complete the race now for the 31 Audi. Long-time race leader, but closed down in the last few minutes by the charging Ferraris. Into the pits now for the final routine stop for any of the three P2 runners. Tak-Sung Kim cedes the lead then to Andrea Pizzitola, 25 back into the lead. How quickly can the team turn around the 24? So 8 seconds the gap as they cross the line. That's not a real gap. The real gap is going to be the minute and 11 seconds. Fabian Schiller is back from the leader. Mark Patterson it is that rejoins the race. He started the race. It looks very much as if Mark will take this car close to, if not to, the finish. And that car will need a splash though. I'm not sure a P2 car will go an hour and 13 minutes. So we'll wait till Mark is up to speed and we get some real gaps here. The next time we look at pit stops making an impact here is going to be for the DH Racing Ferraris. Yellow flag at turn 15 meanwhile. That could be, I think is, the championship leading car. It's the DH Racing car and it's stopped on the edge of the pit entry road. The 5 car, which leads GT in the championship, has stopped. Mathieu Vazevier is in trouble. And all of a sudden the DH Racing crew scramble. Surely not. Surely this is not the car running out of fuel. One of the DH Racing cars has, it is the 5, has restarted the car. Makes it back to his pit. Surely that's not fuel. So what happened there to Mathieu Vazevier? But he lost a chunk of time. Vazevier lost almost a minute there. This is the championship leading car. Pitted from second in class, but obviously owed us that pit stop. His team car, the number 3 car, due in any moment now, leading the race in GT. But how expensive might that have been in their championship hunt? Well, we did say, didn't we? We'd catch up with times and gaps once the DH Racing cars have finished their pit stops. New tyres for the number 5 car. Still waiting for the number 3 to make its way down pit lane. And I have to say, no sign of any other attention being paid to the number 5 car. Was that finger trouble, or did that car run low on fuel? Which the time, minimum pit stop times here. So while we wait for the 5 car to leave the pit stall and the 3 car to arrive, meantime, Andrea Pizzitola, 2 minutes 0.7 last time around, matched almost to the 100th by Fab Schiller. It's 71-second gap. Away goes the number 5. Mark Patterson is just under 20 seconds back last time through in 3rd position. The gap, meanwhile, in P3 is now over 30 seconds. Sean Tong from Phil Hansen. But heading towards the final hour. It's an hour and 9 minutes. 3 car is in pit road now. From the lead, Alex Riberas having taken that car to the lead, and of course the pole position as well. So in the phase of the race now where the LMP3 cars will be heading for that hour mark where they can get to the finish, and then it will be, I'm sure, Hans Lin fending off Nigel Moore. Riberas in from the lead. Remember, had just took the lead as the 31 Team Audi Korea car came down pit lane. Alex Young is aboard the 31 car, having made the final stop for the Audi. Where is the Audi on track now? This is going to be close. Put in a very quick lap indeed last time through. In fact, the almost matched the fastest time of the Audi's race. Alex Young, he knows he's got the hurry-up call. So Pizzitola leads. Through comes Fabian Schiller, under 2 minutes again, beginning to make little bits of inroads, not significant inroads, but he's under 2 minutes last time around. Pizzitola just almost exactly bang on 2 minutes, 2 minutes .027. Mark Patterson, 2 minutes .873. This is a great race from Mark Patterson. Better form than we've seen from, well, South African born, now domiciled in the United States. Better form than we've seen from Mark for a little wee while. And at the moment, the top three, all having made 3 pit stops, separated by just over 90 seconds. 81 laps for all of them in the books and 66 minutes to go. LMP3, meanwhile, slightly slower lap there from the 85 car, sees the gap held at 33 seconds. And third place is in the hands of James Winslow. He's making some inroads on the gap to second position, but that still sits at 45 seconds. Now, is that trouble for the 38 car? The 38 car passes the pit lane and not at full racing speed. And that's Marco Ciocci. Now, he lost a lot of time in the final sector. So what was going on there? We'll keep an eye on his times. Scott Andrews, meanwhile, is up to 4th position in the Win Eurasia 99 car. 4th place in LMP3, that is. It's off the lead lap in that battle. Through comes Phil Hansen. Phil is clearly heading for the fuel window. So Sandra Pierre Guidi charging. Quickest lap of the race for his number 37 Team BBT car after that pit stop penalty. He's currently sitting on timing and scoring in 3rd position in GT, behind Alex Young, but closing on the Malaysian. Local hero, of course. But Young, I think, will emerge in the lead here when we see Olivier Beretta, who it is that's rejoined in the 3 car next time by. Marco Ciocci is back up to speed, it would seem. And through come the lead cars in GT, and well, it is the Team Audi Korea car back to the lead, the 31 car, but tucking in just behind was Olivier Beretta, and they crossed the line under 0.2 of a second apart. So it's the 31 from the 3DH Racing car, then the Team BBT car closing in as well, 5.5 seconds back. Top 3 then in GT, as we approach the end of the 3rd hour, separated by a handful of seconds, 5.6 seconds, with Pierre Guidi charging, but Alex Young responding. Fab Schiller has not got the message that this is not winnable, because he is again under 2 minutes, takes a second out of the lead. Pizzitola still, though, holds a 66-second advantage. 24 seconds back now to Mark Patterson. LMP3 still cheaper in by Triple One Racing. Within the next 5 minutes, we're likely to see these lead cars in LMP3 on pit road. He's now 36 seconds up on Phil Hansen, with James Winslow still closing, but still 43 seconds back from the young Englishman. Well, both young Englishmen. Nip and tuck through the sectors, by the way, between the leading cars in GT. This is shaping up to be a cracker. The Audi's pulled a little advantage away from Beretta in the number 3 car. Signs perhaps that car's been off in the gravel. Here comes Pierre Guidi, he's closing as well. So the lap times last time through, 2:05.0 from Jung in the lead, 2:05.8 from the chasing Beretta, but 2:05.0 from Pierre Guidi, and it's Pierre Guidi is catching Beretta. The gap between the two Ferraris, 4.8 seconds. Next up, by the way, and a further chunk of time back, is Matt Griffin. He's a minute back, but lapping quicker than any of the men ahead of him. With 5th, the second of the DH Racing cars, the number 5 car, Michele Rugolo, quicker still. And what we're waiting for now, and the final, almost the final chess piece, are the stops for the leading 3 LMP3 cars. And the first of them comes now as Philip Hansen makes his way down pit road from 2nd position. As he does so, he's 48 seconds back from the leading car. Will James Winslow following down pit road, or can he carry on through and inherit 2nd position in class? Pizzitola, meanwhile, responds to the charge of Fabian Schiller. He's the man under 2 minutes this time. Through goes Winslow into 2nd position. Yes, who's in the 99 at the moment? Scott Andrews, the man at the wheel of the Win Eurasia car. And he's lapping consistently quickly. So 9 seconds away from the end of the hour. And that took me 9 seconds to say it. Into the final hour of the race, into the final hour of the season for the 2016-17 Asian Le Mans Series. And it has been a race of drama. Much of it on the very first lap. Overall championship leading car. Effectively, it's race over on lap 1 after contact with the car that currently sits 2nd position. Contact between the two, seeing a puncture, an eventual engine failure, lost its coolant, having come back to the pits too slow, overheated, and despite frantic efforts from the Jackie Chan DC Racing crew, 35 car tried but then failed to rejoin the race. That car out of the race and therefore will not win the championship. Algarve Pro Racing, meanwhile, have had both of their cars in the lead of the race. Mark Patterson in the early part of the race putting a great show after overhauling the early leader, which was not a P2 car. We'll come to that in a moment. But now Andrea Pizzitola at the wheel of the sister, the Nissan engine car, the 25 car, running now in a strong lead, 68 seconds ahead of Fabian Schiller. Both men pushing on, but actually neither of them as quick as Mark Patterson last time through in the 24 car. He's trying to put Schiller under pressure. We haven't yet seen Struan Moore in that car, which is rather odd. I just wonder whether or not we've got a driver indicator problem for that car. So Algarve Pro from Race Performance from Algarve Pro. Then we get into the LMP3 cars, and at the moment, with pit stop still to come, it's the G-Print by 111 Racing car. 85 car with Sean Tong at the wheel. Leads the race from the number 1 Jackie Chan DC Racing car of James Winslow, with Nigel Moore just out now at the end of his final routine stop. They're the 1, 2, 3. Does the number 1 car owe us a stop? I think it does. Win Eurasia with Scott Andrews is a further almost 3 minutes back. Again, that car owes us a pit stop. So the reality is it's the top 3 at the moment that are the 3 in the battle, with the G-Print by 111 Racing squad having taken the advantage. Sean Tong will have to hand that car over pretty soon to Hans Lin, and that will become a chase, I think, with Nigel Moore trying to chase down what had become something over a 45-second gap in the final hour of the race. In GT, well, shock news there was that it was a Team Audi Korea car was the early leader, and still is, but it's a very close run race. Olivier Beretta under a second back from Alex Young, with Alessandro Pierguidi looking to chase down the 2 of them. Those 3 are separated by 5 seconds, almost 6 seconds, with Matt Griffin a further minute back and chasing hard as well. In the championship stakes, and we can start to talk about that now. Things stay as they are. It looks very good indeed for the number 25 Algarve Pro effort. Remember, the championship win goes to the car, or rather the Le Mans entry goes to the car. And Algarve Pro, with their already put in an entry for their new Ligier, and could end up with 2. In LMP3, as things stand, looking very good for Tockwith Motorsports. And again, they're a team that has put in a Le Mans entry for their new Ligier, but they could end up with 2. In GT, well, we'll do the maths in just a moment, but looking pretty good at the moment for DH Racing, but it's the wrong DH Racing car at the moment, I believe, that's leading. We'll double check that. And the point standing. 5 car leads the championship, but it's the 3 car that's ahead. The maths before the race starts was that if either of those cars won the race, then the team would take the championship and the Le Mans place, because no other team would be able to overhaul one or other in the championship stakes, effectively taking points away from the other contenders. But that's one where things are pretty finely balanced in terms of the race win. We'll keep a look at that. Question being asked from Ryan Doherty on the stream as to who has the fastest lap in LMP3. I'm pretty sure that's Nigel Moore. In fact, Nigel reminds me that it is by doing the fastest lap of the race in LMP3. 2 minutes, 0.684 from Nigel. And he's cracking on now, but others have got the message. Scott Andrews goes through with his quickest time of the race, but almost a second down on the lap just set by Nigel Moore. So 2 minutes, 0.684 from Nigel to a 1.530. We looked at the clouds. It's darkening the skies. We thought there might be a little bit of rain in the latter part of this race. It's not out of consideration that we might. We've not had anything like the kind of monsoon conditions that at times can strike this place, but we have had sudden showers. One of them came during a practice session, but it came and went very quickly. So 53 minutes to go until we find out who's going to take the trophies, who's going to take the championships, who's going to take the race wins, and who is going to walk away with that golden ticket, the automatic entry to the Le Mans 24 Hours 2017 that comes with 3 of the class championship wins here in LMP2, which goes, of course, to the overall winner in that championship and would be an entry into the LMP2 class for Le Mans. LMP3 get exactly the same, so the championship winning team would get that auto entry in LMP2. And in GT, which of course here in the Asia Le Mans Series is for the GT3 spec cars, would go to the team winning that championship in GTE AM with a GTE spec car. Heard already this weekend from Amato Ferrari that if DH Racing win it, they will definitely take up the entry. If Team BBT win it, they almost certainly will take up the entry. "52.5 minutes to go until we know the answer to the question as to who we need to ask the question to." So the gap between Nigel Moore and James Winslow currently, and that's the battle for second in LMP3. That gap is 26 seconds. The leader, by the way, does need to pit again. G-Print by Triple One Racing, and the gap between the 3, apologies, it's not 26 seconds, it's 1 minute and 46 seconds. So effectively, it's around a pit stop is the gap. So Sean Tong at the moment will be watching the clock and watching his fuel. We'll wait and see as the pit crew for Team AAI are out on the apron and waiting for the number 90 to make what will be its last stop. The BMW sitting 6th and 7th just have not been a factor this weekend. But the Team Audi Korea R8 most certainly has, and is holding Olivier Beretta at bay. Great battle at the front at the moment in GT, and great to see something other than a Ferrari involved in that lead battle race long. And it's been the evocatively liveried, can we call it that, 31 Team Audi Korea car. As for the Ginettas, I hear you ask, so I'll tell you. The championship leading car, the 4 car, coming into this race, in trouble on lap 1 after being hit hard from the rear by one of the Ferraris. That caused them a problem with the battery isolator and bodywork damage. Cost them time in the pits and dropped right back down the field. Had a further stop in the pits since then. And they currently sit 8th, the 4 car. The sister 7 car in the hands of Mike Simpson has been making his way up the order. But again, he's had problems with power steering for that car in the early running. And in the heat of the day here, that's been a big issue for them. Through goes the GT leader, followed by Olivier Beretta. And where is Pierre Guidi? Alessandro Pierre Guidi is in pit lane. I'm not sure this is expected. No, the team is scrambling. There's a problem for the 3rd place car, the 37 car. It's a rapid tyre change for that car, and the team were not ready. That was a puncture. It was there's a left rear puncture for the 37 car. I think they just changed that one tyre. So trouble for the 3rd place car. Now, how close is that going to leave Matt Griffin to 3rd place? He was about a minute back. Pierre Guidi lost time on that lap, and of course will lose time coming out the other side. There goes Matt Griffin, certainly far closer now to a potential podium position, and that doesn't make it any easier at all for Team BBT in their push for the championship. caught up, meanwhile, with GT Cup for a little wee while. We are waiting for Team New Zealand to make their final stop. They're at the moment leading the class in the 77 car in the hands of Will Bamber, ahead of Shinyo Sano. But with only 2 stops to its name, the Team New Zealand car needs to stop again before the end of this race. Through, meantime, goes through Alex Young. And he's pulling away a little from Olivier Beretta. 2.7 seconds is the gap. And it's been a cracking run from the 31 car. By far their best of the season. Lead gap as we wait for Fabian Schiller to come through and complete his latest lap. He does so now. Is 1 minute and 14 seconds with Andrea Pizzitola under 2 minutes again. Fabian Schiller last time around 2:01.5. So Mark Patterson hanging on in there, actually, just 23 seconds back. Due across the line any moment now, does so now. Latest stop, by the way, was the LMP3 leader, unseen by me, passing our position. G-Print by 111. Car handed over to Hanslin. That will run to the flag now, 46 minutes remain. And James Winslow has gone through into the lead. Now, does that car need to stop again? I think that car does need fuel. So perhaps the last of the significant runners that needs to make a routine stop, the 1 car. Pretty certain that was, in fact, I'm absolutely certain that the 3rd stop we've got on timing and scoring was a car under a stop under the safety car at the very start of the race. So it has not yet made its final routine stop. Here comes the 77 car, Team New Zealand, for their final stop. That will be the end of Will Bamber's stint. With 45 minutes to go. And another stop from one of the ARC Bratislava cars. They've been quick, not ultimately the quickest. Top with Motorsport taking the fastest lap so far. Nigel Moore as he came out. James Winslow, though, has got his head down now. Sees the opportunity to push. Fab Schiller is in. This will be for Struan Moore to get into the car, I'm sure. So with under 45 minutes to go, this race is beginning to get to the point where we can start to call the final battles, unless the weather starts to make an impact. Now, no sign immediately that that's going to happen, but it can happen very suddenly indeed here. And if not out of a clear blue sky, then certainly out of the quite dark clouds we're seeing above us now. So this is going to be, at the moment, back to an Algarve Pro 1-2. Away goes the number 8. And that looks to me like the helmet of Struan Moore. So Struan getting a short stint at the end of this race, 43 minutes. Through goes Alex Young again. And he's pulling away from the Ferrari, 4.2 seconds now. Pierre Guidi, though, after that stop for the puncture, is pushing hard again. He came out 16 seconds ahead of Matt Griffin. It is indeed Struan Moore at the wheel of the number 8 car for the final part of the race. So 2 cars out of the race. First one, the number 35, Orica Nissan, the championship leader. After that early contact caused loss of coolant with overheating. And also fairly early in the race, the little Adesse from Team AAI, the 93 car, had been in and out the pits before the car was put away. Leaves us with 23 runners. And 10 of them in GT. In a reverse order at the moment. In a somewhat troubled run for the locally run, entered rather, the OD Racing best leader team, McLaren. John Lester is at the wheel of the car at the moment, 10th overall. But they are some 17 laps down on the leader. 9th has been the KCMG car. That car stopped on circuit a little while ago briefly. It's again another one that's been a regular pit caller, I'm afraid. The 51 car, it's out there at the moment. Tetsuya Tanaka at the wheel. 81 laps under the wheels of the 9th position car. The 8th position car is Marco Ciocci aboard the Spirit of Race car, Zhuhai race winner. That car has had a couple of woes as well. That's on 87 laps. Then we get into the BMWs. They're running almost nose to tail. The 90 from the 91, Tom Blomqvist and Philip Eng, 14th and 15th overall. They're on 88 laps. And they're 6th and 7th in class. 5th is Michele Rugolo at the moment in the championship leading number 5 car, DH Racing. And it's 26 seconds back from Matt Griffin in the 61 Clearwater car. Matt running at the moment 4th in class. And he is 16 seconds back still from Alessandro Pierguidi in the 3017 BBT car. That car having a 5-second penalty on a pit stop. And also, we believe, fairly recently in for a left rear puncture. Team changing just the one tyre. And that car sits 3rd in class still. 51 seconds away from Olivier Beretta, who sits 2nd in the number 3 DH Racing car. Olivier sitting, I guess, sitting 8th overall and 5.5 seconds back from the overall GT leader. That, for some time now, has been the Team Audi Korea number 31 Audi R8 GT3. Alex Young is at the wheel of that car. So a big story locally for Alex Young to bring this car home. A significant endurance race here in Malaysia. Down pit road, though, comes the leading car. Now, what's going on here? Now, what has happened to the 25 car? Andrea Pizzitola is on pit road. And it may just be that they may have needed a splash at the end and they're choosing to take it now. We'll keep an eye on that. No sign of any attention being paid to the left-hand side of the car. Unfortunately, the pit building is in the way of the right. Now that was a quick stop, and that back out he goes. Will retain the lead, I think. Mark Patterson yet to come through. James Winslow, meanwhile, has also pitted. That was the final stop we expected from that car. Under 40 minutes to go. I'm going to start doing some hard sums about GT class positions in a moment. Away goes the number 1 car after the final routine pit stop for the Jackie Chan DC Racing crew. The defending champions, of course, but I fear will not be retaining that title. Yes, the sound you can hear is of me trying to find a pen, so we can start to do those hard sums. So then where does that leave things? Well, we'll wait for the number 1 car, which, by the way, is back in the hands of Hiroki Yoshida, the Jackie Chan DC Racing crew. and pitted from the lead after the the recent pit stop from the G-Print by Triple Bomb Racing Car. That will retake the lead. I'm pretty certain that's going to leave us in a position where the lead gap is 25 seconds, with Nigel Moore chasing down the leader. That's not a comfortable thing to be chased down by Nigel Moore if you're the lead car. And that's what we've got to look forward to for the next 37 minutes till the final checkered flag of the season. Through goes, well, not shown with the driver report. It's Drew Moore, by the way, just put in the fastest lap of the race, under 1:59 for the first time. And Struan Moore is 1 minute and 21 seconds back from Mark Patterson. It is Pizzatola stayed at the wheel. 47 seconds is the gap now, with Struan Moore 1 minute and 21 seconds further back, and a lap off the lead lap. Now in LMP3, meanwhile, Nigel Moore is not in second position because the Jackie Chan DC Racing car has emerged in the lead, in second position. So it's not 24 seconds between first and second, it's now 23 seconds between first and third. But this one is going to the wire. So 85 from 1 from 26. Nigel Moore, to get that win, is going to have to pass two other Ligiers. They sit 4th, 5th and 6th in the order. So 1, 2, 3 the P2 leading trio. 4, 5, 6 are the leading leading LMP3 trio. Sorry, it's been a long day. 7, 8 and 9 in the overall order are the leading GT trio. And they're separated by 6.8 seconds first to second. And 55 seconds back from the leader is Alessandro Pierguidi, who is pulling away a little, but not last time around. Just lost a couple of tenths to Matt Griffin, but he's got about an 18-second comfort blanket to Matt Griffin. Another fastest lap of the race for Struan Moore. 1 minute and 19 seconds now the gap to Mark Patterson. We are 35 minutes from the end of the race. And just where does this leave us with the championship positions in GT? Well, if my sums are correct, and they usually aren't, with the three main championship contenders sitting respectively 5th for the championship leading number 5 car, 3rd for the second placed in the standings 37 car, and 2nd for the 3rd placed in the standings before this race number 3 car. That would leave the championship battle going the way of the car currently sitting in 5th place in this race, the number 5 DH Racing car. It would also lift the number 3 car to 2nd position in the standings, just ahead of the 3017 BBT car. So that battle between the top 3 is pretty critical at this point. Could it go the other way? It might. because if the 37 car managed to get to the lead, things could be very different. Struan Moore, by the way, is just stringing, it's just throwing out fastest laps almost at will. He's done it again, 158.623 last time around. 1 minute and 17 seconds is now the gap to Algarve Pro's 24 car. As things stand, overall championship win would go to the 25 squad. It would be currently a first 1-2 for the Algarve Pro team. In LMP3, the gap is now down to 19 seconds between the top three, 19.7 seconds. But it's Nigel Moore that's quicker than the two men ahead of him. Is catching Hiroki Yoshida in second for Jackie Chan DC Racing, their number one, and Hans Lin in the 85 Jeep Print by Triple One Racing car by 2 seconds a lap at the moment. He's 4 seconds back from the second place number one car, and he's 19 seconds back from the lead car with 32 minutes to go. At the moment, it's the top width car that looks set to take that title if they can get to the end of this race in good order. And with the final pit stop, by the way, for the Team New Zealand car, TKS take the lead again in that two-car battle. 96 Japanese enter car. Shinya Sano, who set pole position time yesterday, has 71 seconds advantage. It's a further fastest lap of the race from Struan Moore at 158.595. Two impressive young men, it has to be said, aboard that car this weekend. And from the Fuji round for the season, Struan for the whole season indeed, Fabian Schiller from Germany, Struan Moore from the UK, and both men doing a fantastic job in their first experience in LMP2. Not a car in its first flush of youth, this, it should be said. And they've been doling out the fast lap times and the hard racing. Mark Patterson, though, has responded. He's under 2 minutes now, again. So through comes the 85 car to complete 96th lap there. 2:04.042. Next one through should be the number one car from Jackie Chan DC Racing. But what's the gap going to be? We wait for that car. Comes through now. It's Hiroki Yoshida into the 203s. But now comes Nigel Moore. And he again is the quickest of the three. Yoshida has stopped some of the rot into the 203.8s last time, but 203.2 from Nigel Moore puts the gap to second place down to 3.5 seconds, and the gap to the lead under 19 seconds. We've got half an hour to go now. The final 30 minutes of the race, the final 30 minutes of the season, and championship positions are up for grabs here. Realistically, Team BBT need a problem for the cars ahead of them to be in with any chance of the championship win. And the bad news for them this weekend has been the form of the Team Audi Korea. Audi Andrea Pizzitola, meanwhile, in very rapid cruise mode, 2 minutes, 0.694, holds the gap at around 43 to 45 seconds to Mark Patterson. Struan Moore is closing that gap, but running out of time to do so. A couple of questions coming in on the stream and on Twitter. Switching between screens and keeping an eye on the timing. Anybody joining us late, and of course it's very early in the morning in parts of Europe. The championship leading 35 car was involved in contact on lap one, hit by the number 8. Number 8 taking the lead into the first turn, hoping Tung retaking the lead, but then was hit by the 8 car as Giorgio Maggi tried to retake that lead. That caused a problem to the right rear of the car, puncture. Ho-Pin-Tung bringing the car back slowly to avoid further damage, significant damage to that corner. And unfortunately, with the heat of the day we've got here, the sky is darkening rapidly here, by the way. The heat of the day we've got here, that caused overheating for the engine, which despite the best efforts of the team putting the car back out a couple of times after attention, they believe head gasket failure and the car lost its water. That car was out of the race and will not be taking the championship lead, or indeed that automatic place for Le Mans. But, not to say that we won't see that team up at Le Mans 24 Hours. News of that in the coming days, I hope, maybe as early as Monday. At the moment, Algarve Pro looks set to take the race win here, and with it the title. It required something extraordinary to happen to the 35. They couldn't have imagined it would happen so quickly. And happily for the history books, the championship winning car here, not involved in that incident. Excellent run, meanwhile, by the Alex Young pedalled at the moment. Team Audi Korea car is pulling away now from Olivier Beretta. 8.6 seconds is the gap. And whilst Alessandro Pierguidi is closing on Beretta, it's a long way to go with not a lot of time to do it. Back out of the garage, meanwhile, comes the number 7 ARC Bratislava car. Being asked to come to race control, the Win Eurasia team manager and the Team New Zealand, TKS manager. That is the leading car in the GT Cup category. So maybe dramas await there. Now that is a class that the championship will go to, whichever car wins this race. Not been well populated. We've had single car entries for much of this race, but with the two of them here for the finale, it's been a head-to-head battle, not helped by a run into the gravel early on for the 77 Team New Zealand car. But could there be late race drama here too? The 25 car is now on the tail of Struan Moore. It's a 202.8 from Struan last time around, and is about to lap him if this pace continues from Pizzitola. Where are things, meanwhile, in LMP3, I hear you ask? Well, it's 12.9 seconds is the gap first to third now, but Nigel Moore is 1.6 seconds back from Hiroki Yoshida in what's now a battle for second place. We have 25 minutes remaining of the race. And Nigel has been consistently quicker. A slower lap that time around from the lead car as well. So Hans Lin, having held that gap for a lap or two, all of a sudden has lost a chunk of time. We do like a little bit of late race drama, and I'm just wondering whether or not we're going to get more than a sprinkling of rain here, because it's getting very dark. So a question from Nick Holland about what happens with what cars doing what in what class at Le Mans. That's lots of whats. LMP2 championship winner would get an automatic entry, not a free entry, you have to pay for it, but an automatic entry into LMP2 at Le Mans. In LMP3 it would be an entry to LMP2, and in the GT class, held here for GT3 machinery, it would be an automatic entry into GTE AM. So my suspicion is that if they asked for an entry in GTE Pro, that might well be considered. But GTE AM it is, and that's what we believe the plan is for the team at the moment in the hot seat for that. Fastest lap of the race once again goes to Struan Moore, 1:58.2 this time. And he's looking not to be lapped. Or rather, yes, not to be lapped. Nigel Moore went through last time around just a quarter of a second back from taking second position, and I think has gone through now. He's gone through into second position and he's pulling away rapidly. The gap last time through was 10.9 seconds first to third. It's under 10 seconds now first to second. The Tockwith Motorsport car taking chunks out of the G-Print by 111 Racing advantage. Here comes Nigel Moore through into second position. It's 9.8 seconds is the gap. We have 22 minutes to go. That is a battle worth watching. And if you're joining us for the end of this race, you're fully aware that not having the moving pictures on the stream is not ideal. But you can get a very fine live timing stream, and that is at livetiming.getraceresults.com. I'll say that again, it's live timing, one word, .getraceresults.com. 21 and a half minutes to go. And still, Struan Moore at risk of being lapped by the number 25. Struan struggling a little bit with traffic there, one of the BMWs. That's allowed Andrea Pizzitola to get back on the terms now. Andrea Pizzitola will want to take that lap from Struan Moore, but he won't want to risk doing that in a position where he loses, or he puts at any risk whatsoever, his race to the flag. The yellow flag at turn 15 just now, and we'll see exactly what that is in just a moment. Flag withdrawn. I think we might have had a bit of an off there for the Win Eurasia car, William Locke. So William has, I think, had an off and rejoined. Yes, he did. He had a spin at turn 15. Back into the pits, I'm afraid, for the 86 McLaren. Through goes Hans Lin. 101 laps under the wheels of that car. Here comes Nigel Moore. It's down to 7.6 seconds and a further 2.9 seconds now back to Hiroki Yoshida in third position. So 10.5 seconds separates the top three, but the battle is now all about, can Nigel Moore catch the leading car? The evidence of the timing screens at the moment says yes, he can. He took 2 seconds out the lead last time around. Hans Lin will have his mirrors full very soon of bright red and white Tockwith Motorsport 26 Ligier. Again, through goes the leader. This time round, it was Andrea Pizzitola turn to suffer a little bit with traffic. Charlie Robertson, meanwhile, is flying along to fourth place now in LMP3. And fastest lap of his race so far. Been a frustrating race for the PRT Racing squad. 201.954. That car lost a piece of an inspection panel. Early in the race, it was replaced and then either removed by the team or lost again. So clearly a problem with some kind of fastener on the front of that car. But it's been flying up the overall order. Managed to get by one of the Ligiers, but the others are well up the road, I'm afraid, now. Also watching the progress of Alessandro Pierguidi. He's under 40 seconds back now from Beretta, and is taking time out of the number 3 car. Pierre Guidi now seems to have dealt with the immediate threat of Matt Griffin. Lead gap in P3 now down to under 5 seconds. 2:04.4 last time around from Hans Lin, plays 2:01.7. Nigel Moore has got the bit between his teeth, the leisure in his sights. Insert cliche here. Car 99 meanwhile, which I've dropped back a little. William Locke is at the wheel of the car at the moment. Will be getting a stop and go penalty for a pit stop time infringement. The cars here do get a timed pit stops for these cars. No, that is not at this stage going to help anybody, least of all, of course, when Eurasia, the two Ginettas, ARC Bratislava Ginettas, both have been in woes, have had garage time. Car 96, meanwhile, is another one that gets a stop and go penalty. That's the TKS car. Now that could make life a little interesting. Don't think that's going to be quite enough to let the Team New Zealand car get involved here, but it will put the gap under a minute. In comes the 24 car from second position. Now what we're going to see here from is that a splash? It might well be a splash of fuel only. It's a splash. It was fuel only for the car. It's not fired up. It's not fired up, I'm afraid. And away he goes now. He's lost time. Now, could that make life interesting? Where's Struan Moore now? And all of a sudden, that battle to stop himself from being lapped comes into sharp focus. Here comes Struan Moore by now. Mark Patterson is already on his way. Nigel Moore, meanwhile, 3.5 seconds back. Hans Lin has responded. He's still losing time, but not at such a rapid rate. We've got 15 minutes to go. Charlie Robertson pits the PRT racing car after having set another fastest lap of his race. Oh, he's lost a wheel. There's a wheel gone from that car. The front right wheel is missing from the number 67 Ginetta. And it looked to me as if part of the hub had gone as well. So trouble right at the end of the race then, with 14.5 minutes to go for the number 67 Ginetta. In for its pit stop penalty comes the 96 TKS Porsche. I don't think that is going to make a huge difference. No sign of the 77 car. And comes that'll be the Win Eurasia car coming in for its penalty. So 4 seconds stop and go for the 99, a single second for the 96. And it's been a frustrating race for a number of these crews. With 13.5 minutes to go now. The race is on for second place because Struan Moore goes through with another lap in the 158, and he's just 7.5 seconds back from Mark Patterson. So it ebbs and it flows. Suddenly those early pit stops put drivers out of sequence, begin to start to come back pendulum-like. Forced a couple of these teams into a last-minute splash and dash. Well, Mark Patterson is going to have to dash now. He's shown that he can get that car under 2 minutes. Can he do it again? Whatever happens here on in, 24 crew have got good reason to be very proud of themselves indeed. It's been a great run from the all-gentleman crude car. And at the moment still, the Portuguese entered team, Algar Pro Racing, running 1-2. Andrea Pizzitola, 108 laps in the books and almost a full lap up on both the other two cars in the class, remaining after the early elimination from proceedings of the 35 car. Contact. There we go through. This is the LMP3 battle going through nose to tail. Nigel Moore looking to the inside, now looks to the outside. 0.235 of a second was the gap as they came through. And Hiroki Yoshida has done a fine job sticking with this battle. He's 11 seconds back from it. Any problems with those two ahead of him? He's sitting lurking. There goes Mark Patterson. And here comes Struan Moore. He's closing that gap, 5.9 seconds. And no rear gunner for Mark Patterson, because dropping back from the two of them at the moment is Andrea Pizzitola. He's going for the flag for the championship and for the win. So all the interest at the moment on two battles. Hanslin led through Sector 1. What's going to happen through Sector 2? That's battle number 1 is for the overall win in LMP3. And what would be 4th place overall in the race. The other battle, of course, is for 2nd place overall. That gap was 6 seconds from Mark Patterson to Struan Moore last time through. And they're right together. Hanslin is just fending off the Englishman. Nail-biting stuff in the LMP classes. In the GT classes, Alex Young is easing away, has eased away from the DH Racing car. The number 3 car, though, on the way to a championship win. Sister car comes through now. Number 5 car, apologies, that's of course going for the championship win. Nigel Moore comes by this time, and this time he's taken the lead. 0.372 of a second only. That battle has allowed the 3rd place car to close in just a little. So the top 3 in LMP3, with 9.5 minutes to go, separated by just under 10 seconds. That's been some battle. Struan Moore has closed to under 5 seconds now, back from Mark Patterson. And Pizzitola is metronomic here, heading for the win. So in GT, it's 11.7 seconds lead gap. Alex Young from Olivier Beretta. Alessandro Pierguidi is closing on the pair, but will not close on pace. He's 32 seconds back from the 2nd place car. Then it's Matt Griffin, a further 30 seconds behind. Michele Rugolo, 25 seconds back in the DH Racing number 5 car, that if things stay as they are, will take the championship. DH Racing making it clear that they will take up a Le Mans invitation if that comes their way with the championship win. That latest pit stop, by the way, for Charlie Robertson, Zen Low in the Lizo Icatint Racing Ginetta. Moves up to 4th position LMP3 in the lead Ginetta in this race. It's been that kind of season, I'm afraid, in LMP3. There's been races where It's been Legier's race, it's been races where it's been Giannetta's race. Last time out, it was the Giannetta's 1-2 for ARC Bratislava. It's not been that this time. They've had a dreadful day. Both cars in early trouble, both cars into the garage. They've had the pace, they just haven't had the luck. Nigel Moore pulling away, 1.6 seconds to the good now. So what's going on for this LMP2 battle for second position? 7.5 minutes to go now. Here comes Mark Patterson. He goes through to 2 minutes, 0.316, but a 158.2 from Struan Moore. Another fastest lap of the race, 2.7 seconds now the gap. And of course he can see the adversary ahead. Andrea Pizzitola flicks off another lap. At this stage will not be worried about the dramas, well, ahead of him on track, behind him on timing and scoring. It's not now about lapping Struan Moore, it's about getting to the checkered flag. 7 minutes to go. Taking further time out, and almost a second out in that sector. Those two cars are going to be nose to tail. But in which order? By the time we see them again past start-finish line. Yuki Yoshida, meanwhile, is just shaving tenths out of second place in LMP3. It won't be enough with the time left. And Alessandro Pierguidi, meanwhile, is getting towards a kind of 30-second gap for second, so a gain on pace. That's not going to be enough. Nigel Moore through. Under 6 minutes to go now. Here comes Mark Patterson. There goes Struan Moore. The gap this time 1.1 seconds on rate of closing. It could happen here. It could be that we see a change in position for second overall here. Algarve Pro would dearly like that 1-2 finish. Race Performance would dearly like not to let them have it. So, last 5 minutes of the race. Livetiming.getraceresults.com. Livetiming.getraceresults.com will show you where things stand in the final stages of the final race of the 2016-17 Asia Le Mans Series. Thanks for sticking with us on the live stream. Early days here and working on bigger and better for 2017-18. You can have a look on the Asia Le Mans Series website for where the highlights package, which does feature really, really good cut pictures. We don't have that available, I'm afraid, from this booth, but we're sticking with this with timing and scoring and the pit lane cameras, you can see. So who is going to emerge from the final turn in the final 4 minutes in second position overall? Mark Patterson looking to fend off in his Judd-engined Ligier Coupe the Judd-engined Oreca Spider, effectively. They're due through any moment now. And it's gone the way of Struan Moore. He's through to second position. That happened in the final turn. 0.150 of a second. Mark Patterson, though, has got his head down. He's not giving this up. So it will be an exciting last 3.5 minutes for Struan Moore. Looking to get that second position. Looking also not to let Mark Patterson through. It's not very often in an international motor race that you get a driver on the podium that qualifies for a bus pass. But Mark Patterson is certainly one of those. It's been a great race for Mark. And, for those listening on the stream, we'll be wrapping this one up almost as soon as the final car has crossed the checkered flag. For no other reason than I've got to go and do the podium ceremony, which is always a privilege. But those of you that know me from the paddocks and the press rooms around the world will know that I'm not built for sprints. And it's going to be one of those. So thank you for sticking with it. Be assured the team here and at the Asia Le Mans Series are working on bigger and better for the coming season, 2017-18. Of course, later this year, we're under 2 minutes to go. Andrea Pizzitola is about to prove that he's been in cruise mode. Here comes Struan Moore through into a comfortable second position, pulling away now from Mark Patterson. But on this, what will be the penultimate lap, we're about to see, I think, a new fastest lap from Andrea Pizzitola. 1:57.884, the first man under 1:58. So that's what has been in the locker from Andrea Pizzitola. He's out of traffic. He's on the very last lap of the season. 60 seconds to go, on the way to a championship win for Algarve Pro Racing. It's been a good race. Not for the 35 crew. But the race win, looking set to go to the 25 crew. The championship win going to the 25 Algarve Pro Racing team. The Le Mans place going to the Algarve Pro Racing team. And similarly, the 26 Tockwith Motorsports crew. What a year they've had. Moving from brick car winners in an Audi R8, the GT3 Championship, the Michelin GT3 Le Mans Challenge Championship run with the same Audi, moving across late season to be a force in the LMS as race-by-race entries in their Ligier P3, announcing then they're going to move up to P2 with a new Ligier, announcing here, or rather telling us here, that Sebring 12 Hours looks to be on their agenda for this season too, for a full season of the LMS, and likely, we hope, certainly ask for an invitation to the Le Mans 24 Hours. This puts that out of doubt because the championship win here will do it. It will be another fastest lap of the race here with 2 purple sectors so far for Andrea Pizzitola. He's less than 20 seconds from the line. Through goes Struan Moore. Here comes Mark Patterson to complete his penultimate lap, and not far behind, under 10 seconds before we see the checkered flag to the race winner and the championship winning 25 Algarve Pro Ligier Nissan. There he goes. It's another fastest lap of the race on the very last lap, 1:57.314 to secure the race win, the championship win, and an automatic entry to the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2017 for the Algarve Pro Racing team. Waiting now for the other class battles to come through. Through goes the Team BBT car to finish. That secures third position, a podium position for what could have been a championship contending team, but that championship is going to go to the car that will finish 5th here. The number 5 DH Racing team, another team that we will see at the Le Mans 24 Hours this year. But the race win looks like going against all the form books this year to an Audi. It's going to be the Audi and the Tockwith Ligier crossing the line almost together at the end of this race. They're still about a minute away from the checkered flag, the other 2 class winners. The TKS Porsche Cup car, though, will take that class win here and for the season. They'll be next through. in about 10 seconds' time. Come through now, so TKS, great story behind that car. Take the GT Cup win here and take the GT Cup Championship. 20 seconds to go before we see the final two class winners of the season in the race. And for the race and the championship in LMP3, it will be the Tockwith Motorsports 26 Ligier. The two ARC Bratislava Ginettas come by side for a photo finish. There goes the Tockwith car for a great win for 26. Championship, race, and of course that auto entry for Le Mans. Struan Moore goes through in second. There goes the Audi to take the GT class win here. The DH Racing number 3 car will take second position here, does so now, but it's the sister car that takes the championship win. That is it from, well, a good race here. And a race that went down to the wire, and championships that went down to the wire in a short 4-race season that becomes a longer 5-race season for 2017-2018. But next time you log on here to this stream, well, who knows what you'll find. We're working on something with the great guys here behind the TV coverage for the Asia Le Mans Series. If you want to see exactly what was going on around the track, take a look at where you can catch up with highlights of the Asia Le Mans Series. Really good industry-leading stuff. Great camera work and lots more than you've been able to see here. Sorry you've not been able to see it. Hope you've been able to follow it with us here and with live timing. And I hope that we'll see you and we'll hear from you in the lead into the championship next year. I'm off to the podium. I've been Graham Goodwin from dailysportscar.com, and on behalf of the Asia Le Mans Series, thanks for sticking with us. We'll see you next year.